Hello and welcome to this, our 267th live stream. Ramesses II, Marketing Genius. This is, of course, a reference to our Monday video, which was talking about the Battle of Kaddish. If you haven't seen that already, please go back after the live stream. Okay, not too much in the way of channel business today. We do want to, again, basically point out that our book 3 of the War of the Gods series, Lord of Steel and Sky, is coming out in 2 weeks. So if you are interested in pre-ordering it, it's a good book, I think, and there is a lot of interesting stuff in this, including some conlangs if you're a language person, and it's a good, fascinating little cross between Space Marines and Eldritch Horror. So we hope you enjoy this book, and if you read it, please leave a review, because those reviews really help us. Okay. So, we're just going to get quickly here into the rules, and then get right into your questions. Super Chats have priority. They always do. We do need your Super Chats to help support this channel, so without the Super Chats, this thing can't go on. So we want to stress that we will give Super Chats priority, as all YouTube live streams do. We do also take non-Super Chat questions, but they have to begin with a Q and a colon. If there's no Q and a colon, we don't see it. It might as well not be there. Only post your non-Super Chat questions once. If it's posted more than once, even in a slightly different way, it will be disqualified for the night. If it's a verse from the Bible or something to do with the Bible, we do need some context. So that means we're going to need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse, because we're not going to go hunting for it. We don't have the time for that. And then we do allow people to sponsor non-Super Chats with a Super Chat. And we ask that you copy that question into the Super Chat so we don't have to hunt for it. Just saves us time. And then finally, 1 question per chat, because question stacking is not fair to anybody. All right? So there are the questions. With that said, let's get to it. Okay. First question here is from King Bubby, who asks, is there ever any sort of bullying in biblical or ancient Near Eastern scholar communities? Yes, there is. Especially if you don't agree with consensus. If you don't agree with consensus, you can experience some heck of pressure and bullying. And this could be anything from, putting the heat on you at conferences to in private, steering the dean away from promotions, that sort of thing. So I think that there needs to be less of that, because the fact is we all go into this thinking that you're entering into an intellectual community where the best evidence wins, and that's often not the case. So unfortunately, there is bullying and pressure within scholarly communities to conform. And if you don't conform, it can go really bad for you. So that's all I'm going to say on that. But thank you for the question. Very much appreciate it. Danny Demand comments here. The clique mentality never really dies, just evolves. Yeah, that's for sure. Darkblade is, for example, will he see recent Jericho archaeologists? Oh, yeah. Well, before Nigro publishes reports, I was saying that there's evidence of a late Bronze Age Jericho, and I was bullied for it from the Old Testament professor at Vancouver School of Theology. She was going, well, why would you disagree with the consensus? Why? And it got pretty intense. She was really aggro about it.
Because some of our friends are the ones.
It's...
That made me happy.
Oh yeah, so there is that bullying. Really, there is. But again, the bullying as far as the Jericho thing, because it has such heavy biblical implications, is just makes it 10 times worse. Okay, next one here. Raging Smurfling says, unfortunately, tribalism happens in academia too. Oh yeah, it certainly does. Bonbon goes, how can you disagree with the consensus? How is this even a real question? It's more about being in the tribe than it is about the truth. And a lot of consensus scholarship is about tribalism. It's about you fitting in with the tribe. This is why there's a lot more incremental discoveries than, say, earth-shaking discoveries inside certain fields like this, because incremental discoveries are less likely to rock the boat than something that goes against the consensus.
Yes, they treat consensus as infallible.
Dr. Emi says, do they treat consensus like it's infallible or something? Oh yeah, a lot of them do. And this is one of the things that you will find, say, amongst consensus scholarship, is that it does treat consensus as the final arbiter of truth, when it's not. It's just a general agreement. Oh, Danny. Those gosh darn heliocentrists fucking the consensus, almost as bad as people who believe the Hittites existed. Yeah, well, you get a lot of that consensus going around. All right, next one here is from Harry Stark. Are VPN scams or legit? This is not a technology channel. Okay. I mean, yes, I do have experience with technology, and I did work in cybersecurity, and we did use VPNs. VPNs are very important in cybersecurity. They're not a scam, okay? But not all of them are the same either. If you do choose a VPN, you better pick one that doesn't keep records. That uses strong encryption. That isn't snooping on what you're doing. Because that sort of defeats the point of a VPN. Now, here's the flip side of VPNs. The flip side of VPNs is that they are diminishing in their effectiveness as sites become more aware and start rejecting traffic from VPNs. So, Mama says, Doc, would you say that not all of them have been programmed equally? She is laughing at that. I would say that VPNs vary in the quality of what they produce or what they plan to get you. Okay? So I would say that there are some VPNs that are very good, that do the job well. CPM versus DOS, it's an evolving game like ad blocking. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Except you never violate your terms of service usually by using a VPN. So, although that might become different. And there are countries where VPNs are illegal. Check your local laws.
Yeah. Smiley, Bumble, actually, Bumble put a good summary. Look for audited VPN.
Yeah, I see it here.
No logs policy.
Bonbon has a good comment here. Look for an audited VPN providers, no logs policy, very important. Good legal jurisdictions for servers, also. The servers tend to be across many jurisdictions. Open source software, etc. Now, I will say this. If a lot of VPN providers are compromised, even if they don't have a certain, how do I say this? Even if they don't keep records, some are compromised. Because let's just say a certain, I am personally aware of a certain VPN provider that was visited by a certain 3-letter acronym agency who installed a certain device in between their VPNs and their servers with very little supervision. Okay? And I know that happened because I was there when it happened. Okay? So, ABR is not a 3-letter agency. ABR is just a 3-letter nuisance. Jack Ray goes, NSA, I can neither confirm or deny that 3-letter acronym. CBN versus DOS. North Korea or North America? That's my new fun game.
Hard to tell.
Hard to tell sometimes. Jack Ray, that's the easy part. Not sure about the provider. Yeah, well, I'm going to keep it that way. It's not a big name commercial provider. This provider is not known for their VPN service. It's a VPN service they add as a bonus. They're more known for something else. But anytime you're on a major network backbone, that certain 3-letter agency wants to put that little monitoring device in there. So,
accidentally discloses another unintentional career.
Ryan Concav says Dr. Falk accidentally discloses another unmentioned career. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. Let's move on here. Next one here is from CPM versus DOS. What hasn't he done? I just assume, unless he's saying he didn't, he has done it. I have never played professional hockey. There. Because I can't skate because I'm crow-footed. There you got it. Alright, moving on here. Next question here is from Dark Blade. What per you is the earliest we can definitively say that an organization clearly identified as the same entity as the Catholic Church existed? That's tough because our early records for this are very sketchy. Really, we don't get solid records from Roman Catholicism until the 3rd century AD. Really with Urban the First. Urban the First is really our first, say, Bishop of Rome that we can really sort of positively identify. After that, the records aren't good. They conflict, they contradict, but at least they exist. in something that's a little more contemporary than Hermannus Contractus of the 11th century. But most of what has been recorded about, say, early Catholic Church history comes from the 11th century. So it isn't good. The data is not without controversy. It's not without contradiction, and it's very sketchy. So that goes without saying. So that's probably the best we can do is early 3rd century with Urban I. That's probably the clearest identifiable organization that has sort of been, say, in continuous succession with the modern Catholic Church. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Mama says, I worked for a private contractor of a government contract. Never again. Ooh, okay. I have worked for mostly private. I worked mostly for private companies, but a lot of them worked with governments. Softquad worked with governments, agencies. IBM definitely worked with government agencies, which was kind of really funny to do. So. Andrew Graham asks, is this where we get the pagan was the first pope rubbish from? It's mentioned in passing by Clement I, although Clement I is not exactly a great source on this. But that's Clement First Clement of Rome. He says that there was Peter and Paul were bishops in Rome, although we have no evidence of whether Peter was actually there, and what Clement of Rome was basing that on. So that's our only evidence for it, and it's not good. Now, we know that Paul was in Rome because Paul wrote from Rome to the Romans. I mean, I really think that the bishop, the apostolic see in Rome was founded by Paul, not Peter, not by a long shot. You know, Paul was in Rome long before Peter ever was, if he was at all. So, but I think a lot of it, I think, is Clement's misunderstanding of what was going on at the time. Penny demand. Paul, the first pope, confirmed. At least there'd be evidence for that.
Yeah.
At least there'd be evidence for that.
Then it doesn't go with that whole alliteration.
It wouldn't go with that verse that says, you are the rock. Yeah.
That's where they get it from.
That's where they get it from. That's really where they get it from. So it's basically Roman Catholicism co-opting that passage of you are a rock, and upon this Petra I will build my church. Yeah. So that's where they get it from. That's the origin of it. It's the Bible verse. So it's a co-opting the Bible verse, but there's nothing historical to say that Peter was ever in Rome. All right, next one here is from Justin the Rhino. Why are so many people King James Version onlyists when there are seemingly so many problems with the translations? Oh, that one's simple. Tradition! That's the reason. I met some old Lutherans once who were absolutely convinced that Adam and Eve spoke German.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a thing.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was a thing. Because their Bible was written in German. And because it was written in German, Adam and Eve spoke in German. Why do they believe this? Tradition! Why there's so many King James onlyness? Onlyists? Because that's the only Bible they've ever known. And because it's the only Bible they've ever known, it's become the infallible tradition of their respective traditions. So,
Yeah. Raging Smurf has a valid point. Some of the King James only as Catholics and Orthodox on blasphemy tradition that go on to do the exact same thing.
yeah. Yeah, Raging Smurf's got it right here. Kind of amusing that some King James onlyness that put Catholics and Orthodox on blast for tradition, but go on to do the exact same silliness. Yeah, it is. Yep. Dr. Emi Martinez, the German language didn't even exist in the early church era. Neither did English. Neither did English. But that doesn't stop these people from thinking, hey, these people spoke German and English. It's crazy. But that's why. Now, there are more refined King James onlynists that will say that, well, they have a view what's called translational localism. There's only one authorized translation for a local area or a local language. So they will say that the only authorized version for say, Germany would be the Lutheran Bible. The only authorized version for the Greek archipelago would be the Textus Receptus. The only authorized version for the English-speaking world is the King James Version. Now, is there any warrant for this? No. None. Zero. But it is a better, more cohesive view than just the blind following of tradition here. Warrior on the Most High says, King James onlyism makes no sense if you know more than two languages. No, it doesn't. Not at all. It doesn't even make sense if you know one language. Honestly. Because, frankly, language changes over time. We don't speak 1611 King James English any more than we speak Middle English or Old English.
Okay, we're having fun.
What?
Serious fungus. What art thou telling me that the Edenic language wasn't 17th century English?
Mysterious Fungus says, wait, what art thou telling me that the Edenic language wasn't 17th century English? No. What art thou? It should be, what art thou telleth me? Ongoing action. Elizabethan English has an ongoing action.
Oh, but that's 17th century English.
So it's not, what art thou telling me? It's, what art thou telleth, or what hast thou telleth me? CPM versus DOS. Maybe we need to bring it back. The country deserves it. Yeah, it deserves it like it deserves the pox. Let's bring back the pox. Good times. Yeah, it should be tellest, I think. What doth thou tellest me? So it's not telleth, it's tellest. What hath thou tellest? Or what doth thou tellest me? Yeah. Anyway, it's pretty dumb. This whole King James only thing is pretty stupid. And it needs to die an ignominious death. So, alright. Moving on here. Next one here is our first member question here from Mod Bonbon. And he asks, was the Garden of Eden meant to be a temporary dwelling for Adam and Eve from the start, or a permanent dwelling? Interesting question. We're not sure. Here's what we do know. That they were to be fruitful and multiply and spread out over the entire earth. So, the garden might have been a permanent dwelling for some, but it was not meant to be for all. All people were the offspring of Adam and Eve were supposed to spread out over the land, over the whole surface of the earth, be fruitful and multiply and make the earth like a garden. So it was more that the Garden of Eden was supposed to spread out over the earth. So originally the Garden of Eden was not meant to be confined to a place. God plants a garden in Eden. He starts it there. But that's not supposed to be the confines of Eden. Eden is supposed to grow and expand and fill the earth with a lush garden, and humanity and all of, say, the animals created were supposed to live within the garden. So it was meant to be permanent in the respect that was God's plan for the earth. So it wasn't meant to be temporary. It was meant to expand and grow and fill the earth. So Ryan asks a follow-up question here. Isn't the garden in the midst of Eden, so Eden is a bigger place? Yeah, Eden is a bigger place. But the garden that was supposed to expand. It was supposed to fill Eden and go beyond that until it covered the whole earth. That was the central plan here. So, what?
The garden was in the midst of Eden, so Eden.
Yeah, we just answered that. Yeah, so even Eden itself is not confined to the garden. Darkblade, Eden was supposed to take over everywhere, including Arizona. Yeah, including Arizona. The whole earth. But not Utah. Definitely not Utah. Okay. Mysterious Fungus says, do you think Cain's occupation as a farmer had anything to do with Eden or no? Yeah, it had everything to do with Eden. They got thrown out of the garden. He became a farmer because he had to eat. Absolutely. So now the garden wasn't given back. He had to give to the garden. What happens here is that Adam and Eve get kicked out, and now they have to work. The garden doesn't automatically feed them anymore. The land doesn't automatically feed them. They have now got to fight with the earth to produce food. Hence, they're farmers now. Isn't that lovely? Okay, moving on here. All right, what's the next question here? Justin the Rhino asks, are there any of the early manuscripts that do not have the resurrection of Jesus in them? I have heard the claim, but have not seen any evidence. No, there isn't. Some of this comes from a hypothetical document. Here we go again. Okay. Anytime you hear the word hypothetical document, that's when you should start to see running for cover. Run, yeah, like the documentary hypothesis, and it's JEPD and whatever sources. Those are hypothetical documents. They don't exist in reality. They just exist in scholars' minds. So here what you have is a Q document. And the Q document, the Q source...
Star Trek has validated the Q source.
Star Trek has validated the Q source. So basically you've got the Q source, which is just a set of pithy statements by Christ, but no narrative. Well, the resurrection only occurs in narrative, not in pithy statements. So, Q, being the earliest hypothetical document, does not contain the resurrection. Therefore, the earliest manuscripts don't have the resurrection of Christ. And they've extended this hypothetical to Mark by saying that there was an ultra short ending of Mark that didn't contain a resurrection. Do we have this hypothetical ultra short version of Mark? No. So here we are again, back to all the hypotheticals. So Darkblade goes, I think this myth comes from the fact that the short endings of Mark doesn't include any post-resurrection appearances of Christ, but he's still explicitly said to have arisen in 16:6. I know, but that's an extension of this sort of Q hypothesis. That as I say, this ultra super short version of Mark that doesn't actually exist in any real world text. So Thomas Hall asks, is JPEPD still a thing today? Is it losing credibility? It is losing credibility, but there's still holdouts. There are people who still are holding on to that tooth and nail. So, Mr. White asks, what's your opinion of Q being a Hebrew sayings gospel written by Matthew? What Q? Where's Q? There is no Q. He's on a planet with Vosh. Well, the Star Trek Q jokes never die. Nope. I mean, the only thing that they have that's even remotely close to Q is the late 2nd century Gospel of Thomas. That's it. That's all they have is a late Gnostic writing. It's just... I get just really annoyed.
It was mentioned on an episode of Home Improvement.
I just get so annoyed when the only evidence that when people start talking about hypothetical documents like they are brute facts, it's like you're talking about something that doesn't actually exist as if it's a brute fact that it existed. It's just like, it's ridiculous. Why do we keep doing it? And it's not like biblical studies isn't satisfied to do this once. They just keep doing it over and over again. Oh, we don't like this outcome? Let's just make a hypothetical document that says the opposite. What? The Pentateuch says that that it deprecates human sacrifice? Well, let's just create a hypothetical document that says that in the original, it did condone human sacrifice. It is just, yeah, Andrew Graham goes, repeat, rinse, rinse, repeat. Yeah. It's over and over and over again. It's the same stupid crap over and over again. You know, and gosh, I get so tired of it. Alrighty, I think we should move on.
My version agrees with me on my.
CPM versus DOS. My version agrees with me on my fringe. Wow.
Mercy, did it? Centuries old technique.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Next question here. Justin the Rhino asks, if holy relics can heal diseases, injury, then why doesn't it do it for everyone who interacts with it? I think it would be something everyone would go to and skip health insurance. That if is doing a lot of heavy lifting. I don't think holy relics can heal diseases. I'm not a believer in holy relics. I'm just too aware of the history of holy relics to really take them seriously at this point. There was a time when Europe was awash in millions of holy relics brought back from the Holy Land. It's from the Holy Land, must be holy, right? I'm just... It's like... how many hands of Luke do we really... How many hands did Luke have? There are at least 3 holy relics of the hands of Luke, of Saint Luke, floating out there. The original Spider-Man was an apostle with 6 arms.
Yeah, holy relics were the religious industry of the building.
Yeah. Who said that? Oh, yes, I see it, Mama. Mama says, holy relics was the religious industry of the Middle Ages. Yeah, it was. Darkplay goes, many historical holy relics are fake. For example, Europe had 3 different heads of John the Baptist. Well, you see, he had 3 heads.
That's why he was so smart. He could write a
Common lurker.
Oh.
John Calvin said there's enough pieces of the true cross to make a boat, and he's not wrong.
Mysterious fungus has a legitimate related question.
Okay.
Do you think there's any holy relic that might actually be?
Which one is?
845.
By who?
Mysterious fungus.
Mysterious fungus. Okay, 845. Mysterious fungus.
5 earlobes of what saint? The earlobe of John.
Mysterious Fungus asked, related question, do you think there are any holy relics that might actually be historical? Yeah, I think there are a few that are, but how do you verify that? The verification is a huge problem with holy relics. Darkblade, all 18 of the original 12 disciples were buried in Spain. Yeah, but getting back to the question of how do you even legitimize it? Now, there are some that have been very well protected over the centuries. And there's little reason to contest them. But a lot of them. I think if I recall correctly, the skull of John Chrysostom is well attested because it didn't move a lot. It didn't move much at all. But there were a half dozen shrouds in Europe, shrouds of the true Christ. I mean, dude, Christ was clearly wrapped like a not more than a mummy. He was wrapped in like 8 layers of for a winter Canadian winter. I mean, Christ had so much clothing on him, so much wrapping. He could have gone out into a blizzard. And there was, as I said, there was like a half dozen shrouds in Europe. It's crazy. This whole thing is just nuts. The whole relic thing is just.
You see mysterious fungus 847? If they're holy, they might be following God's command to be fruitful and multiply. That's where God is extra.
Mysterious fungus. If they're holy, they might be following God's command of being fruitful and multiply. Maybe that's where John got his extra heads. Oh dear. Oh yeah, it's just crazy. Darkblade, there's even a shroud in Piedmont, Italy, if I remember correctly. Yeah, as I said, there's like 6 of them in Europe. 6 of them.
Oh, yeah. Splinters of the true cloth weigh many times more than the
Yeah.
could.
Jack Race's Splinters of the True Cross weighing many more times than the actual cross. Hey, could be. Yeah. Yeah, it's a Mr. Empty Conjecture moment there. And that's what we've come down to as far as holy relics is it's crazy. Andrew Graham, a shroud for every Jesus.
Dossman underneath it. Paul's discarded napkin from Ephesus.
Xenia versus Doss. Paul's discarded napkin from Ephesus. Yeah. I mean, it's nuts. And don't get me started on the Shroud of Turin, because I think that's a medieval religious object. Okay? It's not the true burial of Christ. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, would there be any reason to believe that Jesus' cross wasn't reused after him? No, not at all. It was probably reused before him. There's nothing saying that the cross was done specifically for him. They've been doing crucifixions there for 100 years prior to Christ.
It sounds horrible, but they kept him on stock.
Yeah, they kept him on stock. You know, they didn't cut a new cross every time they needed one. Danny Dement. Don't forget the Ark of the Covenant being in Ethiopia, and under a Golgotha, and under the Temple Mount, and on Treasure Island. Yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah. And no, Dr. Amines got it right. Nobody would have realized it was important.
Yeah.
Nobody at the time would have saved it.
Yeah, nobody would have saved it. It would have been just chucked in the wood pile like every other. Justin the Martyr, Justin the Rhino says, Justin the Martyr, he's back with 10 heads this time. Oh, Mama. Oh, it says, so is the skull of Goliath buried in the hill of Golgotha? Well, if you ask Ron Wyatt, he would say the skull of Adam is there. That's where Adam's skull was. Buried under the hill in Golgotha. And that Christ was crucified on Golgotha. The blood dripped down. The cross hit the skull of Adam first. Why? I don't know. Good story, though. And then the blood dripped off the skull of Adam, continued down because it's not really blood anymore. It's more like a really weird earthworm, and lands on the Ark of the Covenant. And then they take Christ off that cross and just chuck them in the tomb that just happened to be right there on site that had never been used before, even though this was supposed to be a common execution site. Are you buying any of this?
Yeah, it's an eye roll moment. It's a scare movie.
CPM versus DOS. It's an eye roll movement moment. If this was a movie, yeah, sure. It definitely was.
I can comment one up. Things have lizard powers. You go back.
CPM versus DOS. States have lizard powers. They grow back appendages. Guess so.
Oh, hey, if lizards do it, then why not? Could be.
Axolotls can grow back half their brain. Why not a saint? All right, Justin the Rhino asks, did Israelites who read Genesis coming out of Egypt understand the creation story as an event set up to dethrone the Egyptian gods, or a real event, or both? It's really hard to tell what people thought when they were reading things in the ancient world, because we don't have that. We don't have that info. What we have is the info of what was written, not how it was received. So what you're talking about here, Justin, is reception understanding. And reception understanding is something that's very, very difficult to ascertain. Now, it's clear that Genesis was designed to be a religious prolegomena for the tabernacle. Okay? It was less about the Egyptian gods. In fact, I'd say this, the book of Genesis is not about Egypt or the Egyptian gods in any real sense. It's more along the lines of, is this something that's going to provide an understanding that justifies the tabernacle and the ritual practices of the tabernacle? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Jack Ray asks the question, did the Holy Relic trade increase with the Crusades and exposure to tour guides of the day? Never looked into that. Oh, yes. Absolutely it did. There were two things that really spurred on the relics trade. The first thing was when the Byzantine emperors were buying relics. Around the 5th to 6th centuries AD, with the iconoclast controversy, there was an interest in not just holy icons, but holy relics. Holy icons and holy relics were hand in glove. The two were side by side. So when the Byzantine emperors started buying up holy icons, they were also buying holy relics. So that was your first spur in trade of holy relics, was with the adoption of holy icons. And every art historian agrees that holy icons were after 500 AD. So there weren't any icons prior to 500 AD. That was not something that was a thing. So after 500 AD, people start producing icons. They start venerating them, considering them holy. And then alongside that, they're also buying holy relics. This creates a demand, and there's going to be always someone there to fill the demand. So then once Mysterious Thungus says, oops, and I think there are icons that are also considered holy relics. And sometimes the two are combined. It's not uncommon to go see a holy icon with a piece of a holy relic attached. Those things do exist. They're out there. Okay. So then, once you start having that first Byzantine trade, the royal family's buying icons, they're buying relics. Then the Crusades happen. That's the second wave of of relic production. Because now, the Europeans have come with lots of gold, a banking system that can get them more gold, and they're hungry for relics. They're really, really hungry for relics. So the counterfeiters out there, the basically the relic shops out there are just pumping out these relics to sell to Europeans who have more money than brains. So there's a lot of people selling icons back then. And the Europeans, they basically will buy any relic that they think is legitimate. The most of the time, the best icons, the best relics will be those stolen from the Orthodox. So when the Europeans invade Constantinople, they're stealing everything that's not tacked down. In good Christian spirit, the Europeans are stealing every relic they can. And they're stealing them from churches, they're stealing them from the palaces, they're stealing them right out of the shops. Anything, any place where a European can steal a holy relic, they'll steal it. Mama asks the question here. Doc, how long has old antiquities of ancient Egypt been a business? Just since the 1900s, as they first started discovering things like King Tut? Fake Egyptian antiquities have been around since the 19th century. Okay? So that's when we really start seeing them. When Europeans start traveling to Egypt, and they start buying things. Now, before that point, people will buy. There were a lot more legitimate ones out there because they had more supply. So they could dig in just a tomb anywhere, find a few canopic jars, and sell it to European tourists, and they'd have the supply to fill the demand. In the 19th century, when even the end of the 18th century, when sort of Egyptomania was taking over Europe, there was already a business in counterfeit artifacts. Howard Carter complained about people coming up to him, showing him stuff they bought in some antiquities market, or in some open souk somewhere, and Carter would just go, "It's a fake." He didn't even have to look at it that much to tell it was a fake. And I've seen these too. I've seen these guys come up to me and show me antiquities, and it's clear they're fakes. And then there was one papyrus shop where we were into, and they actually had a real Shabti box. And they were trying to sell it to some of the people on my tour, and I said, "Don't buy that thing. It's real. Don't buy that thing. That's nothing but trouble."
If you're gonna buy something, buy a fake.
Yeah. So, if you're gonna buy something, buy a fake, because real antiquities will get you into heaps of trouble. But what I saw at that shop was a real Shabti box, and you don't want anything to do with that if you're traveling in and out of Egypt. Okay.
Golden Wind had a legitimate on-topic question. 859. Opinion on religious figurative art compared to more symbolic.
Golden Wind asks, opinion on religious figurative art compared to more symbolic art. Don't really have an opinion on that. Either one can be a legitimate art for art expression in the right context. So, that's one of those things where I have to say, it really depends. Depends on the context. Depends on what how you're using it. The art style itself is just the art style, and art styles have applications in any number of ways. So I don't have a preference towards figurative art versus symbolic art per se. Justin Ryle says, if God can speed grow flora in and such in one day, yeah, I've got some issues with that statement right there. Could he not also alter the earth in the same way alongside a time of humanity before Eden, thus people not being dissuaded by creation? The problem is that this is again all of this language in Genesis 1 is religious prolegomena. It's meant for a religious agenda and ritual agenda. So it's really, really dicey to try to make dogma based upon that. So even the whole idea of speed growing flora, that's a concordant interpretation, and I just don't like concordant interpretations. I don't think that it's a great way to do this.
Just explain for.
For a concordant interpretation is the idea of compatibilizing, making compatible the Bible with science. So how do you go from day 1 to day 6 to day 7? The idea that day 6 God created man and God planted a garden and filled it with creatures and then dropped man in there in day 7. Of course, all that's an interpretation, but it's an interpretation some people do hold. How do you do that? You speed grow flora. So I don't think that's great. I just don't think that's a good way to interpret the texts.
Well, he didn't speed grow it. He grew it fully grown. He created it fully grown.
Well, that's another way of doing it too, but
Yeah.
it makes more sense. But there's a lot of people that out there that do say speed grow. It is a common interpretation. So I just don't think this is a good interpretation. I don't think it's what the text is driving at. So it's a flawed question to begin with, unfortunately. Okay. Next one here is Justin Rhino. Can a demon inflict a disease or loss of physical ability upon anyone, including Christians? No. No. But Christians can catch diseases. Christians can inflict physical disability and diseases without demons being involved. So, yes, a demon can inflict illness and disease, but is every disease caused by a demon? No. And a Christian would not be susceptible to a demon-inflicted disease because that does require a sort of possession, and Christians are not susceptible to possession. So, can they do this? Yes, they can. Can they do it to a Christian? No, they can't. All right, so let's move on here. Iron Knight asks, in Joshua 6, 17 to 18 and 7, why does God judge Israel for Achan and maybe his clan's sins? I understand collective responsibility when a group sins and innocents are hit, but why still when it's Achan's fault? Because everybody knew. Let's go to the text. All right. Joshua 6, 17, 18. Joshua is it 6, 17, 18? Okay, that's Rahab the prophet. So I think this is the wrong verse. Yeah, this is the wrong verse here. 7? 17, 18. Yeah, so this is the wrong passage. So I'm not going to be able to answer this in the detail I can because, again, you got the passage wrong here. But let's just say that, just for the sake of argument, that everyone kind of knew Achan was doing this. So if everyone sort of knew, you can't hide that stuff in your tent of that magnitude without somebody being in cahoots. You know, it's just not possible. Other people knew. And other people knew that they knew. So that's sort of why the responsibility became more collective, not just individual. So anyway, I hope that helped, but I can't answer this anymore because, again, we don't have the right citation here. So thanks a lot for the question. Cereal asked the question, which pharaoh from each dynasty was the most evil? Too broad a question. Can't answer that. There are 32 dynasties in Egypt. I'm not going to go through each dynasty saying which one was the most evil. And we don't even have information for all those dynasties anyway as to who was the most evil. So, I really can't answer that just because it's way too broad and we don't have the information for all the dynasties to this effect. So,
and a lot of them didn't consider themselves evil.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't consider themselves evil.
It was just the time. It was it was cutting edge agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
They took care of their people.
Yeah. Okay, we got a super chat here from CPM versus DOS for $2. Foodie section. I need a good wine pairing for pork chops. Ooh. Okay. Here's what I would recommend for pork chops. I would recommend a nice rosé. A white Zinfandel, a Italian rosé. Go Italian rosé. Italian rosés are very nice. Because what you want from a wine pairing here is you want just a hint of sweetness from the wine to complement the pork. Doesn't that sound good? A nice rosé with not overcooked pork. Yeah, don't overcook your pork anymore. Please, for the sake of the pork, don't overcook it anymore. Trichinosis is not a thing anymore, so you don't need to overcook your pork. Kosher pork, huh? Hey, your pork is probably cleaner and has had less diseases than you have.
That is not a nice thing to say. Maybe accurate. They raise pork in a sterile. Yeah,
it's pretty, pork is raised in some pretty phenomenal conditions these days. Like raised floors. I mean, I've seen a pork farm with raised floors. You have to put covers over your shoes. You have to wear like the bunny suit. I mean, are you going into a pig farm or are you going into a biohazard lab?
Yeah.
It's on that kind of level, modern pork raising. And there hasn't been the last case of trichinosis was, I believe, in 1992. And it wasn't even from pork, it was from cougar. Cougar jerky. So please do not overcook your pork anymore. It's not even necessary. You know. So, a semiconductor fabricator than pork AI. Yeah, that different. So yeah, I'd recommend for pork chops, I would recommend, as I said, a nice rosé. An Italian rosé would be lovely with pork. Okay, next one here is from Bonbon for $2 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Do you like sushi where the fish is cooked? Yes, but it depends on the fish. Okay? Well, not all sushi is raw.
Isn't that okay? Obviously, I thought that was in here.
Nope. Sushi is the style in which it is.
It's just the wrap.
It's basically the presentation of fish. Okay? So sushi is the presentation of fish. Some of it is raw, some of it isn't. Barbecued eel isn't raw.
Okay.
Cooked shrimp isn't raw. You can get raw shrimp on sushi, but you can also get cooked shrimp. There's also cooked mackerel on sushi. So it does depend upon. Yeah, sushi is the rice. Sashimi is the raw fish. Okay. Yeah, sushi is the rice. Sushi is the cooked rice that you put the fish on.
I love fried sushi.
Yeah, fried sushi can be lovely. Yeah.
Place down the street when it makes it right.
Yeah.
Fresh oil is lovely.
Yeah. So what Bonbon here is actually asking is, do you like the fish cooked or do you like it raw? And the answer to that is yes. I like it both ways. Mama asks, that's a follow-up here. Have you ever had fish eggs? Yes, I have. I have had several kinds of fish eggs and love them. I've had salmon. Mrs. Producer goes scrambled. Not those kind of fish eggs. I've had tobiko, which is flying fish roe. I have had sake roe, which is salmon roe. I have had caviar, which is delicious. I do love fish eggs, fish roe. And it doesn't matter if it's the fresh tobiko roe, which is the flying fish roe, or it's, say, the caviar in the little jars. One of my here, I'll tell you something. Here is the way to gateway drug somebody into caviar. If you've got somebody who does not like caviar or is just squeamish about caviar, here's the gateway drug to do it. Okay? Make yourself a baked potato. Baked potato. Okay, cut it open, slather it with butter, put sour cream on top, and then dish out some caviar on top of the sour cream. That's the gateway drug to caviar. And it is delicious. Dr. Falk, a caviar dealer, confirmed. I knew somebody who was a caviar importer. Who did that? Who made a lot of money doing that? Smile, Bon. Quote, here's the way to gateway drug somebody into caviar, end quote, is a sentence that can only ever be heard on this channel. Yeah, but that's because the uptight pearl clutching fundamentalist ladies don't watch my channel. Mr. White goes, the quote, Dr. Falk has done everything, end quote, allegations are getting stronger by the hour. Andrew Graham says, I thought you were going to say eat the spud throat, the fish eggs. Oh, no, they're delicious. Oh my gosh, they're so good. Caviar is delicious if presented right. Yeah. I think a lot of the problem with people's reaction to caviar is it's not presented well.
You're given, like, squishy eggs on a little cracker.
Yeah, the squishy eggs on a little... Here's how to serve caviar wrong. Okay? Here's how you serve it wrong. You get a little dry cracker, you get some caviar, and you use a steel spoon to put it on it. Okay? One of the things you want to avoid is anything steel or iron touching caviar. It will actually impart a kind of a nasty flavor to it if you do it that way. If you've got silver, fantastic. Not ideal, but it's better. If you've got a wood spoon, that works well. Mother of pearl spoons work fine. In a pinch, well, not as classy. Okay, but this works really well. Use a plastic spoon. Plastic will not react to the caviar.
You need one of those wooden spoons that comes from the ice cream.
Yeah, exactly. Ryan Cohencamp's got it here. You need one of those wooden spoons that come from the ice cream cups.
Ironically, even though caviar is the high class, you want real peasant utensils. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want peasant utensils here. We have some Japanese lacquer spoons that can work in a pinch for this.
Andrew Graham, I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth.
Andrew Graham, I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. Yeah, weren't we all? Until they outlawed plastic. Danny DeMent, I was told it literally has to be mother of pearl. It doesn't have to be mother of pearl. That will add to, say, sort of the ambiance of it, but it's not really necessary. What you don't want is you don't want a metal that's reactive. That's what you don't want. So as long as it's not a non-reactive spoon, it's fine. Plastic spoons actually work better than, as I said, steel, because the steel will react with the caviar, and it will, as I said, because the salt content of caviar is so high, and it's slightly acidic, it will react with whatever metal spoon you're working with. So it's better one to have a non-reactive spoon that is less prone to that reaction. A silver spoon, like a pure silver spoon, will not react. But a plastic spoon works great. You can use wood. You can use mother of pearl. A shell works fine. There's a lot of types of spoons you can use with it with caviar. Yeah, that whole microplastics thing is kind of hasn't been shown to be in very rigorous science. So people are grad students showed that the metrics to test for microplastics are inherently flawed by the equipment itself. So the equipment they were using to test microplastics was adding the microplastics to the tests. Yeah. So the whole microplastic thing is probably going out the window.
Oh.
Mama asks, how salty are fish eggs? It depends, but usually it's just slightly salty. It's not like licking a salt lick, okay?
Some of it is.
Well, some of it maybe.
The time my aunt and uncle served when I was a kid, it was like taking a spoonful of salt.
Ooh, they must have gotten some cheap stuff then.
They wouldn't have. But I'm sure
or they didn't know what they were buying.
Well, that was back when he was getting started, when he was just a lawyer, so maybe.
Yeah, he probably didn't know what he was buying.
And they definitely used metal spoons to taste it.
Oh, well, that won't help. Oh, yeah. If you use metal spoons, that will not help. Okay. Jack Ray goes, sounds like a Geiger counter made with post-nuclear bomb steel. Yeah. Oh, yeah, nuclear... Yeah, that does help. To use a Geiger counter that's not made of post-nuclear bomb steel. Mama adds here, for instance, I would normally top my baked potato with crumbled bacon, quite salty. Would fish eggs be like that? Yeah, it's very similar to that. It fills the same role. What it does add is an extra. It adds the fish eggs will add an extra savoriness to the baked potato, that umami flavor, more so than bacon. So, umami, oh my gosh, umami. If you love umami flavoring, then you definitely want to try the baked potato with caviar. It's just so good. So good. Chad Lennox asks, do you like raw oysters and do you eat them in season? I do not like raw oysters. I cannot think of anything I have eaten raw oysters from time to time. I don't care for them. But I love oysters. I love them cooked. Oysters Florentine is delicious. Oysters Florentine is magnificent. It's one of the most underrated oyster dishes out there. It's a Oysters Florentine is a beautiful thing. It's basically oysters that are cooked. Okay, they're cooked with a bit of spinach and melted cheese on top. Oh, beautiful thing. But I like oysters in stews. Oyster stew is delicious. It's really, really good. So I like oysters. I just don't like them raw. Smoked oysters, fantastic. Beautiful on crackers with a little bit of mayo. Ooh. Yeah, smoked oysters are nice, especially the big ones. Okay. So, not great. As I say, I just don't care for raw oysters. I just don't like the mouthfeel. It's a mouthfeel thing. And a lot of people don't like the mouthfeel of raw oysters. And I think that's an acquired taste. I grew up I grew up in Vancouver. For us, seafood was very common, so I had a lot of access to various types of seafood, but I just could not get into raw oysters. Mama goes, supposed aphrodisiac raw oysters? No. Ugh.
No.
No. Not a good aphrodisiac either, to be honest. Jack Reese says, I like cooked mussels. Oysters don't taste as good to me. Again, I think it comes down to preparation. Mussels are fantastic. Mussels are very high in fats, so they're very, very good. Oysters need a little more treatment than mussels to make them very palatable. You don't actually need much to make a mussel taste good. A little bit of wine, a little bit of tarragon, and you've got yourself. Throw in a little bit of tomato paste or garlic. White wine for cooked mussels, and absolutely they are delicious. Mama says scallops cooked right make me drool. Oh, scallops are lovely. They're beautiful. Scallops are absolutely delicious, especially wrapped in bacon. Bacon wrapped scallops, fantastic. Seaman versus Dust. Now I want scallops. I shouldn't watch the stream hungry. No, you shouldn't.
Point.
Yeah.
To taking a back seat to seafood discussion, kind of undermining this.
Any event. Ramesses second taking a back seat to seafood discussion is kind of undermining the stream title. Well, our stream titles are just arbitrary anyway. Okay.
Cooking with Ramesses.
Cooking with Ramesses, yep.
Somebody had asked
Yeah.
if the Egyptians were lactivorian herbivores.
What?
Way back.
I see it here. Okay, there was no Q, that's why we didn't see it. The philosopher from Dixie. Yeah, do put a Q and a colon in front of it, otherwise we don't see it. The question is, were Egyptian priests lacto-vegetarians? No, they weren't. They were not lacto-vegetarians. Egyptian priests did eat meat. They ate lots of meat. They would eat beef. They would eat goat and lamb sometimes. The only thing Egyptian priests wouldn't eat is fish. Fish is off the priestly diet. And that's because of fish were seen sometimes as agents of Seth. So fish were not permitted for priests to eat. That's about the only restriction they had. The other thing was they couldn't bring any of that meat into the temple. So once they left the temple for the night, they were fine. They were good to eat whatever they want. So Donovan goes, oh shucks, they'd never get along with the Lutherans. Mama goes, wow. The anagram, no fish eggs for priests. Then nope, they couldn't eat fish eggs.
Fish are friends.
Pork. If you were a priest of Seth, you could eat pork. No other priest could eat pork. But then again, pork was generally deprecated within Egyptian society. So the average Egyptian didn't eat pork. Egyptians were not pork eaters. They were generally beef eaters. They would sometimes eat goose or ducks, waterfowl that came through, that they ate. They would Your average Egyptian would eat fish. Priests could not eat fish.
Wash it down with a good Egyptian beer.
Count of Marcy. And wash it down with a good Egyptian beer. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So did they ever eat crocodile?
Mrs. Producer asks if they ever ate crocodile. And the answer to that question was yes. They would eat crocodile. They'd even eat hippo when they got it.
Mm.
If they killed the hippo, they would eat that too.
That's probably the one thing you haven't tried.
I have not tried hippo, no. I have eaten alligator, though.
Yeah.
CPM versus Dust says not eating fish would suck. Yeah, it would. Jack Ray, duck, goose, hippo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what hippo tastes.
Apparently it's very beef-like, except softer. Yeah, from what I've heard, hippo is very beef-like but more tender. Okay. Oxford Whitehead the Fourth says, I don't understand how questions work here. Nobody does. If I send a super chat now, will it be it will be answered several hours from now, making it very hard to find later. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's because we're taking things in sequential order here right now. Here's how we generally do this. Here's how questions work here. If we get a lot of super chats come in, we take the super chats first, regardless. Okay? If we don't get a lot of super chats come in, then there's less incentive for us to take that in say, order that came in. So, but what it will mean is that we will guarantee you that we answer the question. So that's what a super chat gets you, is we see it, we will respond to it. Whereas if you put in a non-super chat question, we don't guarantee we respond to it. So you're rolling the dice with a non-super chat question, because we've already passed by some non-super chats already that we're not going to take tonight. So joining these streams are kind of like, well, we don't promise that we take it in order, but we will promise we take it if it's a super chat. So that's generally how it works here.
And if they really want it answered first thing, if they're only going to be on for an hour or two, they can put it in as soon as the tag comes up.
Yeah. And look,
super chats come in as early as Wednesday.
Yeah. The other thing is, if you really want it answered at the beginning of the stream, when you always know where to find it, put in your question on Wednesday. We are looking for your super chats as soon as the live streams go up on Monday. Okay? So if you wanted your question answered immediately at the beginning of the stream, that's the way to do it. Put it in as soon as the live stream goes up, and it usually goes up Monday. If you get it in by Wednesday, almost always that's going to guarantee it's right at the beginning. So that's how you guarantee that it's done. See the upcoming live stream, and then just post it on the live stream. I always am monitoring the live chat from when the link goes up. So hope that helps. And if you have any further questions, please do ask.
Follow up to what you said. Why did only the Seth priest do?
Okay. Take that. Yeah, I see it. Toji the idiot says, I hope I pronounced that right. If not, I'm sorry I insulted you. But that's how I'm reading it. Okay? Please. Please forgive me if that's not how that's supposed to be pronounced. Okay. Asks, why did only Seth priests eat pork? Was it Syrian or Hyksos influence? Mysterious fungus, how dare you? The reason why is one of the manifestations of the Egyptian god Seth was as a black pig. So he says, my son changed my name. I'm sorry. This is why you don't let minors have access to your account. Just saying. Okay. But getting back to the question, it wasn't Syrian or Hyksos influence. This is something that's really, really ancient in Egyptian tradition. That the god Seth sometimes manifested as a black pig or wild boar. So, as a result, Seth priests sometimes ate pork. So, anyway, I hope that answers the question. It wasn't the Syrian or Hyksos influence at all here. It's more the fact that that particular priestly tradition, which goes all the way back to the pre-dynastic period. So the Seth cult is really old. It's really old. It doesn't just start with the Hyksos. It goes all back through the Middle Kingdom, Old Kingdom, to pre-dynastic times. It's one of the oldest cults in Egypt. So, but this is one of the things about it that sort of persisted through its tenure, through its run, that the god Seth could manifest sometimes as a black pig. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from a member question from Francis Dodds, who asks, what do you appreciate most about Mennonite theology and practice? Okay. Ooh. Do I mention it? My background here? Okay, I grew up in a Mennonite home. Okay. My dad's family were Mennonites. They were Russian Mennonites from Ukraine. This is how I know so much about both Mennonites and, say, Eastern Orthodoxy, is because they are in the family. Okay? So, CPM has to do it. What do I appreciate most about Mennonite theology? Well, a lot of Mennonite theology is very pacifistic. I can't say I appreciate that about the Mennonites. I don't care for their pacifistic theology. But it's very focused on pacifism. Now, I will say one thing I do appreciate about Mennonite theology is their ideas of evangelism. J. Higgins. Jeez. Wouldn't that be a mess? J. Higgins says, Dr. Falk is a Russian Orthodox Mennonite Methodist Brethren confirmed. Well, that would be a scary combination. A warmongering, traditionalist, pacifist, non-drinker, meditative.
Sounds about right.
That sounds about right. Dang.
Maybe we'll try that next.
Maybe we'll try that one next. Yeah. Jeez.
God has seen fit to call us to a broad understanding.
This would definitely be a broad understanding of Christianity. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's a new one to me. Getting back to the serious question, though, I think Mennonite theology has been very solid on evangelism missions. In fact, right now, 90% of Mennonites aren't German. anymore. The vast majority of the Mennonite Church is in Africa. And it's not even a small margin; it's a huge margin. As I said, 90% of Mennonites are not German anymore; they're African. So I think Mennonite theology has been very, very solid on evangelism. I think it has been Mennonites, the Mennonite associations, and there's been more than one. I do appreciate their views on adult baptism. I do appreciate their views on discipleship, evangelism, and missions. I really dislike their views on pacifism. And their practice, they make the best sausage. Mennonite sausage is just phenomenal. Especially in a little dish called bubbert. Okay, now we are going back into the food here. Because I cannot pass by talking about Mennonites without talking about the food. Okay? Because they have a cuisine that's really very delicious. It's not the same as fatalism, so I wouldn't do not confuse them with fatalism, by the way. They're Anabaptists. They're Anabaptists. That's what they are. So they believe that they are that adult baptism is the normal form of baptism. So they reject infant baptism. I don't have a problem with that, honestly. But their cuisine, Pascha. Oh my gosh, delicious, absolutely delicious. Bubbert, I love bubbert. I should make bubbert again. Oh my gosh. Now let me describe what bubbert is. And if I don't have you convinced how this stuff is so good, wow. Okay, so what you do is you Mennonite sausage already comes pre-cooked. Okay?
How do you spell bubbert?
How do I spell bubbert? Let me look it up here. I'd have to look this up in my recipes here. Just a second here. Recipes. Family recipes. See if I can try to find it here quickly. Might take me a moment here to find it.
Ryan, it's Mennonite theology. It's me.
Okay, it is spelled, I believe. Whoopsie. Stop it. Go away. It is spelled Bubbart. Is that how it's spelled? I don't know. I think it's spelled like this. Okay. Now, what you do is you make a loose dough. It's almost like a batter. Okay? It's almost like a batter, but it's not quite a batter. Okay? And it's a raisin batter, so it's like a raisin bread. And you basically cook the sausage inside of this batter. But it's not a batter, because it will raise up like a bread. So it's really a bread that pours like a batter. And you cover the sausage in this. And when it is cooked, it is, you can eat it hot or cold. Sometimes it's better cold. Oh, it's so delicious cold.
Awesome. Bubber is the funniest spelling I've seen today.
CPM versus DOS. Bubber is the funniest spelling I've seen today. I'm laughing. I love it. So you basically have this raisin bread. It's thick and it's hard, but it is so delicious. It's, as I said, it's like a raisin bread surrounded by pieces of sausage. It is so good. But it's a particularly Mennonite recipe. So as far as practice goes, Mennonite practice, it's really not too much different than modern evangelicalism. Sorry, it is Babat. I think that is the correct spelling. It's Babat. Pronounced Bubber, though. Sorry. Yeah. It is Babat. Couldn't read my mother's handwriting. I thought she was trying to squeeze an R in there, but she wasn't, so... Yeah. It's not Jewish though. It's Mennonite. If you love raisin bread and you love Mennonite sausage, oh my gosh, this is a to-do thing with it. Pascha's a really good thing as well that comes out of Mennonite cooking. But really, modern Mennonites are much more like, say, modern evangelicals than they are anything else. The only thing that really makes them distinct is that they're Anabaptists and they are pacifists. Apart from that, yeah, we got a handwritten recipe, and it's kind of hard to read sometimes. But anyway, hope that helps. Thank you for the member question. Really appreciate it. Common Lurker asks, do they have lots of kids like the Amish? No, they don't. They don't. Modern Mennonites do believe in birth control.
Television.
And they have television. And they have all the comforts of Western society. You will find communities of where Mennonites and Amish are mixed. You will see that. And it's kind of a strange thing because the way that sort of developed was because in Eastern Europe, many Mennonite and Amish communities were neighbors. So they sort of immigrated to North America to the same places. But
Andrew Graham. Dang. So if you insult them, they will record you.
Dang. So if they insult them, they will record you? They'll probably knock your block off, is what they'll do.
They're supposed to be pacifist.
They are supposed to be pacifists, but oftentimes they aren't. Mama says, weirdly, they really still hang on to the bonnets. I mean, look, I grew up among Mennonites. I never saw a single one of them wear a bonnet. Honestly, I have never seen... there was even a time I went to a Mennonite church. Just before I moved to San Jose, I went through the whole sort of Mennonite, what's it called now? Membership process. Didn't finish it. I mean, I never became a Mennonite as such. but I went through the membership process, and when the pastor called up asking me if I wanted to join the Mennonite church, I said no. No, I'm good. But among them, I mean, this wasn't a small Mennonite church either. This was a large one. I mean, it had 600 people in it, and no, I had never saw a single bonnet worn there. So, Andrew Graham goes, "Are they strict brethren with their head coverings?" I don't think you're going to find many strict brethren anymore. Ever since, I mean, you had the Mennonite Brethren, and you had the New Conference Brethren, and that was sort of the big church split in the Mennonite Brethren Church. You had the Brethren and the New Conference Brethren, but they eventually merged. And once the Brethren and the New Conference Mennonites remerged, in the 80s, I think it was that they remerged. They sort of did away with all those strict Brethren practices. Like some of those Brethren practices got kind of really extreme. Like you had women on one side of the church, men on the other. Women wear dresses and bonnets. The Lord's Supper, you had a little table that folded out from the pew in front of you, where you had the wine and the bread. They did away with all of that once the merger happened. So, serious fungus. Now I'm imagining Mennonites saying, "Well, we all fall short of the glory of God," and then decking you in the face.
They believe sin is forgiven.
Look, I mean, my dad was a Mennonite. He grew up as a Mennonite. He went to a Mennonite church before he married my mother. And you know what? My dad nearly killed a man in a bar. He nearly killed a man in a bar. Yeah, so, Mennonites are not as pacifistic as they sometimes seem.
Amish have kind of stricter community.
Yeah, the Amish are much stricter about the pacifism than Mennonites are.
Now the original Mennonites took it serious.
Now, here's one of the things we have to understand, say the difference between Amish pacifism and Mennonite pacifism. Okay? Amish pacifism forgoes all violence. Mennonite pacifism only means they won't do violence for the state. Okay? That's an important distinction. Okay? Amish pacifism will never fight back, ever under any circumstances. Mennonite pacifism will only be pacifist if called to arms by the state. It's not so much that they're against violence, but they're against violence for the purposes of, say, conscription or the state.
And when they were founded in the Protestant Revolution,
Reformation, yeah.
Reformation, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the Anabaptist pacifism was born out of a rejection of the state as being equal to God and the rules of the guilds. Okay. So a lot of that pacifism is basically bound up in no God but Jesus. So they would fight for Jesus. A lot of Mennonites will fight for Jesus, no problem. They won't fight for the state who's acting in the place of Jesus.
They also serve as norms.
Yeah. Yeah, they will easily go to war as medics. Um, a lot of my family served in World War II as translators. A lot of them served as translators. So they'll take non-combatant roles within, say, armed forces.
So, working in intelligence, is it a non-combatant role, or is it?
No, that intelligence is technically a combatant role.
I thought so.
So there are non-combatant roles in the military, but they are usually restricted to medicine or, say, interpretation.
So, comparison to Seventh-day Adventists.
Um, in their pacifism, yes, but I wouldn't stretch the comparison with Seventh-day Adventism too far. Just because Seventh-day Adventism has weirder rules than Mennonites, much stranger rules, and much more extensive rules. Yeah, kind of like Hacksaw Ridge. Yeah, they would behave very similar to what you would find in Hacksaw Ridge. But the guy who Hacksaw Ridge is about isn't a Mennonite. He's not a Mennonite. I think he was a Seventh-day Adventist, but all right. Let's move on here. Yeah, that is based upon a Seventh-day Adventist medic. So the rules of, say, pacifism are very similar. They're very, very similar. But that's where sort of the similarity ends. Okay, move on here.
Did they let Presbyterians use their buildings?
Andrew Graham goes, do they let Presbyterians use their buildings? You mean the Mennonites? The Mennonites worship on Sundays. So it'd be, unless the Presbyterians worship at a different time on Sunday, they would have control of their building at that time.
Most SDAs let Protestants.
Yeah, most say Seventh-day Adventists allow other churches to use their buildings on Sundays because they're not using it as a good income stream. Bonbon asks, why do you say Hermeticism is the final evolution of Egyptian religion? Hermeticism is, in many respects, Gnostic belief. And what we're talking about here is a particular kind of religion that is, it's not, say, just being a monk. Okay, Hermeticism is not being a monk. It is the following of the philosophy of Hermes Trismegistus. Okay? Well, Hermeticism here comes from the idea of these sort of monastic groups that were centered around the Gnostic teachings of Hermes Trismegistus. Basically, Hermes three times praised. That's what Hermes Trismegistus means. And it's the idea. It has many things that are common in Gnosticism. And Gnosticism developed essentially from Egyptian religion co-opting other religious faiths. So, Hermeticism persisted into Europe well into the early modern period. So it was very long-lasting. But it followed, say, a lot of the things that you find in Gnosticism, such as the deprecation of the body. They did have mixed-sex communities, but they were not allowed to have sexual contact. So marriage was forbidden in Hermeticism. It's just a lot of that sort of say continuity from, say, the Book of Thoth to Hermes Trismegistus is very hard to ignore. They're very similar books. They're written in very similar ways, and even the content is very similar. So it's very hard not to get the whole Hermes Trismegistus corpus while ignoring its Egyptian roots. So that's why I'd say it's one of the final evolutions of the Egyptian religion. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Bum asks for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. How do you think Egyptian religion would have developed if it went uninterrupted? Perhaps something like Hinduism or what occurred in India. The only thing that really interrupted it was Islam. That's really what brought Egyptian religion to an end in Egypt. But it was already changing at that point. It was already starting to become a more philosophical, say, less ritualized belief system at that point. Towards the end of the 5th century already, the Egyptian religion had sort of ceased being sort of this temple cults and already starting to move on to, say, more of a philosophical religion. And if it had been left uninterrupted, that process would have probably still continued to become more of a philosophical, more universalist religion. So I think that's what would have happened eventually to it if it had been uninterrupted. And in that case, it would have become probably a more universal faith than it turned out to be. Now, it did spread out across, say, Europe. You know, there were extensions of Egyptian cults that had gone to Greece and Rome. In fact, one of the finest statues of Horus was from a Roman cult. So we know that the cults of Osiris, Serapis, Isis, and Horus did make the rounds around Europe. Now, why didn't those survive instead, where, say, their religions weren't curtailed, is more of an basically that they didn't have as much to offer as, say, Christianity did in comparison. Mama says, when did Islam take over Egypt? 6th century? I think it's 7th century. I think it's 634 if I'm correct. Let's see here. Uh, 639 to 642. Yeah, so 639 is when the Egyptian conquest of Egypt began, and 642 is when it ended. So, yeah, 640s. So that was basically what really spelled the end for Egyptian religions. It'd be early 7th century. Early 7th century. So that's the early 7th century. Yeah, I think one of the things that we have to keep in mind with Hinduism too is one of the reasons why. I mean, Hinduism also developed over time, but it also developed over time very slowly and incrementally, and it didn't face a lot of competition. So, in many ways, the developments you find in Hinduism are much more incremental, they're static, they're small refinements over time. In Egypt, Egyptian religion still faced competition with, say, Christianity, and even its own, say, offspring, which was Gnosticism. So, there were internal pressures of Egyptian religion that forced it to become more philosophical. So I don't think it would have become something like Hinduism. I think what it may have happened, though, is it might have become something more along the lines of, say, a longitudinal, say, traditional version of something like theosophy. That's kind of where I would have seen Egyptian religion going if it hadn't been for its external pressures. So, Bonbon, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, looking for the next question here. Daniel Hogan asked the question here. What's your opinion on the film Prince of Egypt, 1998? I know it takes a lot of liberties, but it's a beautiful film. At least it gets Ramesses II right. My thoughts on the Prince of Egypt is it takes a lot of liberties. The first liberty is that it makes Moses a prince. He was never a prince. He was never the son of a king. So I think that's quite the liberty. Also having that backstory of friendship with Ramesses II is also a liberty. It's quite the liberty. There was actually quite an age gap between Moses and Ramesses II of about 15 years. Okay? So, but what I will say is the soundtrack's amazing. When they break out in song, I mean, that's how I picture the Exodus, is a song-filled cavalcade. A cabaret.
The angel of death step kicking down, killing people.
The plague song, I mean, that's how I imagine the plagues going off. To music. Let my people go? Sure. The music extravaganza. Oh boy. Moses' mom's song made me flat out cry, and Steve Martin and Martin Short are absolutely hilarious too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Andrew Graham goes, name me a historical movie that doesn't take some form of liberty. Well, there is that. There's going to be some sort of historical liberty taken in any historical film. But yeah, it's not the worst definitely not the worst Exodus film out there. It's one of the better ones. It does, though, distort some of the biography.
Since it's musical, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, not accurate, but not the worst either. Exodus Gods and Kings. That was horrible. Oh my gosh, that was so bad. Serious Fungus. What's the worst Exodus film? Exodus Gods and Kings was awful. Awful. Oh. I mean, I've said it before. The costuming for Ramesses, they turned him into a crossdresser. It was that bad.
Not intentionally.
And not intentionally. They unironically turned him into a crossdresser. It was so bad. Serious Fungus. Moses didn't look like Batman? Probably not. Just saying. Oh boy.
But he did stand on tall buildings with giant fires behind him projecting onto the cloud.
You mean he you mean him standing on the pylons with the flames behind him, projecting the bat signal onto clouds? And Moses as a crossdresser? No. It was Ramesses that was the crossdresser. The fact was the crown that they use for Ramesses when he rides into war is a vulture headdress. That was worn by the queen. That's the queen's crown. The war crown in ancient Egypt was the blue crown, and it looks nothing like the vulture crown, not at all. It was blue, and it's kind of almost the shape of a bud. So it's a very different looking crown. You'll see it described as the war crown or the blue crown, but the vulture headdress, that was worn by the queen. Kings didn't wear a vulture headdress. Men didn't wear a vulture headdress. E. Okay. That was fun. Francis Dobbs asks, what's your favorite Neolithic or Chalcolithic culture in the Near East or Europe? That's a hard one to answer because I'm not really into prehistoric cults stuff. I will probably have to go with a Nagata 3 period. Nagata 3 had some interesting stuff. If there's no temples and there's no artifacts, I'm really not interested in it. But Nagata 3 is still technically Neolithic. So I'd go with that. Mama asks for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What's the worst supposedly Bible-based movie?
Oh, there's so many to choose from.
Oh, there's so many to choose from. Almost any adaptation of Noah. I mean, many of the worst Bible-based films ever done had to do with Noah. There was a version in the 1980s that was so bad. So bad. You had drunk Noah on his ark. And here comes Lot rowing up to his ark in a rowboat. What does Lot have to do with Noah? I have no idea.
Like somebody put all the Bible names in the hat and just picked them.
This producer says it's like they put all the Bible names in a hat and just picked out the one they wanted. Is that the one with the merchant? Yeah, that's the one with the merchant. Yeah, the merchant was Lot. Lot was trying to sell stuff like pots and pans to Noah. I guess for cooking some animals on board. I don't know. Didn't matter because Noah had no money and he was drunk. Boy. But the one with Russell Crowe was bad in a different way. I mean, that older version of Noah was... That's the one with the tree ants, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one with Russell Crowe, that's the one that was Lord of the Rings without hobbits. That whole Noah retelling of Noah was like Lord of the Rings without hobbits. Okay? You had the Nephilim. Those were your tree ants. It was even done by... It even had the same animation framing as scaffolding as Weta Studios tree ants. I swear that Weta Studios did the visual effects for that Noah movie. Methuselah was Gandalf. He was Gandalf the Grey. The sons of Cain, they were the orcs. Full family. They were the orcs. Even down to the rushing across the field to kill Noah. They were the orcs. Yeah, the Nephilim were the tree ants. I mean, it had every... I mean, Noah, he was Frodo. All you needed was hobbits, and that version of Noah would be Lord of the Rings. Oh my gosh, it was so bad. Bad in just the most funny way possible. Yeah, it's a shame we can't popcorn that in its entirety because it would be a blast. It would be an absolute hoot to do. Scott Warthen says Crow's rendition was all, quote, Book of Watchers, end quote, at the expense of biblical narrative. Personally, I loved it. Can't speak to fantasy genre like similarly since I'm only a sci-fi guy. Fair enough. But it was Lord of the Rings. It was Lord of the Rings. Just... Mama says, thou shalt not denigrate Lord of the Rings by foulest comparison.
In concession to Mama, it was trying to be...
Okay, it was trying to be Lord of the Rings. Okay.
Failed spectacular. But...
Anagram, Frodo without the disappearing ring. But they had the magic marble. Whatever that was. Because Methuselah gave the magic marble to Noah. So they had the MacGuffin. They had the ring. They even had the ring. Just wasn't a ring. It was a magic marble.
No, it's it. Lost his marbles.
Guess you wouldn't want Noah to lose his marbles, huh? Oh boy. It was so bad. So bad. But in a different way bad. Very different kind of bad. That's fun.
Almost in that Attack of the Killer Tomatoes kind of bad.
Yeah, it was kind of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes kind of bad. So yeah, as I said, it had everything you would expect from Lord of the Rings, except hobbits. No hobbits, but it needed hobbits. Mama asks, so people who keep pushing the idea that there's a Q document out there and it has all the real answers despite the fact it doesn't actually exist. It's probably just copia. That's what I would say. It's copium. Cool, refreshing copium. A lot of people smoking it these days. Next one. Yeah. The Haystack asks, good to see you here tonight. Is there any chance of finding the tombs or bones of any of the apostles? Yes, there's a chance. It's not a good chance. We have found the church in Asia Minor where, say, the Apostle John was supposedly buried under. I forget which one it is. It's one of the churches in Asia Minor. One of the churches mentioned in the Book of Revelation, but I can't remember which one it is. But we found the church. The church has been located. It also has not been excavated. There is a small chance that they could excavate those do a proper excavation or site-penetrating radar of the site, and perhaps find the remains of the Apostle John. It's a very slim chance, though. So, I wouldn't count on it. So, there's a chance we could find it.
And how it has 3 heads.
Will it have 3 heads and 6 arms? We don't know. Maybe that's how all the apostles looked like. I mean, there's nothing in the Bible that says how many hands the apostles had. Nothing in the Bible. The Bible's completely silent on how many hands the apostles had.
Actually, that was for AI, I guess. Source material problem.
This is the weirdest live stream I think we've had. We are tired, so, yep. Okay, next one here. Too many hands, yeah. Gaius Octavius says the LDS Church has assured me he's still out and about somewhere. Is that really LDS doctrine? I've never heard of that one before. That's a new one to me. Iron Knight asks, doesn't the idea of holy relics comes from the story in 2 Kings about a dead soldier coming to life after coming into contact with Elisha's bones? There are all sorts of things like that that had carried those similar, say, transferences of power, like the serpent on the pole. But the serpent on the pole wasn't a holy relic. Any of those things were more acts of faith that were sort of later on reinterpreted as, say, power inherent to the objects themselves. This is one of the things I think we need to understand, is that during the Middle Ages, the idea of something being holy did not necessarily mean it was just set apart for sacred use. Exegetes across the board these days basically think if something is holy, it was reserved for sacred use. It was basically set apart, as we would expect from the words kodesh and, say, hagios. So they're set apart for, say, special use. Back in the Middle Ages, if something was seen to be holy, it not only was reserved for special use, it had the inherent powers of God. So, if you go out to the Holy Land, you're going to the land that has special powers of God. This is one of the reasons why the Crusaders fought so hard for it. They thought the land itself was holy, and that the land itself contained powers of God. And just by simply going to the Holy Land, you could be touched by God because the land had inherent powers. So, it's one of those things where a holy relic also had the powers of God, because that is something that is inherent to being holy in the medieval mindset. So the whole idea of something being a holy relic really comes out not so much of this interpretation from 2 Kings, but out of that entire mental framework that we find in the Middle Ages. This is why this is the danger of ossifying a theology. This is why I think, most of our churches have a lot of residual theology from the Middle Ages. Whether that's baptism, Lord's Supper, doesn't matter. A lot of our core theologies, particularly around things like orthopraxis and sacraments, comes out of medieval thinking. And I don't think that the original authors of the Bible ever meant for our theology to get stuck in 1054 AD. Okay? Just saying. But a lot of it has. A lot of our thinking that we find in our churches comes out of the 12th century. Again, so I think this is one of the reasons why we have to be very, very circumspect about, say, things such as doctrinal statements. How much of our doctrine comes out of, say, a proper understanding of the Bible, or is it the result of my audio's on the fuzzy side? Let me go check something here. Filters. I got noise suppression on. Let's take that closed down a bit. Okay, I hope that's a little better. Noise suppression. Okay, we still have noise suppression on. Okay, I hope that's a little better in audio. If it isn't, I can turn it down. Let me just turn down the volume too. It might be some capping here. Test, test, test. Raise it just a little more. Test, test, test. That should be a bit better. Okay, I hope that helps the audio. Okay, so the whole idea of holy relics, even stuff such as transubstantiation, all that comes out of, say, medieval thought. So I think that a lot of the ideas that we have as far as medieval thought goes need to be re-examined. So this is why I would re-examine things such as relics, such as sacraments, and things that sort of came out of medieval theology. Okay, let's move on here. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much, Jack. We really appreciate your support of the channel. We really couldn't do this without your help, so we are so appreciative. Thank you so very much for your support. All right, it's better? Good. Yeah, so there's probably a little clipping going on there. Mama asked the question, is there any particular dynasty that had the best art style? Obviously, Tut's dynasty is well known, but I've seen beautiful works from other times as well, I think. Oh, yeah. Hard to say because every major kingdom had a period of great art. Some of the best sculptures were actually done in the Old Kingdom. Old Kingdom had some magnificent sculptures. The statue of Ramesses and Nofret is a beautiful masterpiece of work. Just absolutely stunning. And it's Old Kingdom. It's 5th Dynasty. But beautiful. I mean, the way they did the eyes on that sculpture, they cut the irises out of blue chalcedony, transparent. So the actual cornea is transparent on the eye, and it's so beautiful and so well done, and the skin on it is just magnificently painted. It's a stunning masterpiece of work, and you can still see it in the Egyptian Museum. Can you pull up pictures for your examples? I would love it so much. Kind of difficult for me to do. I tend to keep most of my pictures in. Let me see if I can pull up this picture of Ramesses and Nofret, because once you see it, you'll recognize it. But it does take me time to find it, and not only that, to export it. I tend to keep all my photographs in digital negatives, because digital negatives are the best way to do a lot of photographs. Yeah, and you have to kind of understand that my library of photographs has over 100,000 shots in it. Okay, so all right, let me see if I can find this here. I want to go to the Egyptian Museum here. All right, no, it's not this one, is it? 2019. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay, Egyptian Museum. If I can find this quickly, I will post it. But all right. Still in the Old Kingdom here. There we are, a little. Still in the promenade. Okay, there's the triptychs. Should be in the next room, next galleries. All right, found the picture. Or pictures. Let's see if I can get this. All right. There's the side shot of No Fret. All right, and I will save this. Let's see what can I just export it? Export. Export. Right. All right, I think I got it exported here. Here's a nice, let me pull it up here. Add, where's the photo? Where's the photo one? Image, okay. Browse, desktop, export, and it ain't there. Where is it now? Okay, didn't find it. Try this again. Export. Desktop. Export. Browse. All right, here we go. Okay, this is the image of No Fret. I'll try to make this as, and once you see the detail on this, it is just spectacular. Okay, there we go. And I will raise it there. There you go. And you can see from this, the eye is made of blue chalcedony. It's stunning. This, it needs to be raised up more. Okay. Closer up, you mean?
There you go. I can see it.
Oh. Like that. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I mean, the work is absolutely gorgeous. The eye, as I said, it's got a blue chalcedony cornea on it. The lapidary work is spectacular. You can see the pupil on the eye.
Are you trying to zoom in on the eye?
Oh, I can zoom in on the eye. Sure, why not? Yeah, have a look at that. Yeah, that is just amazing how that, and this is 5th Dynasty. This is 5th Dynasty. It's one of the great stunning works of say Old Kingdom art. You can even see the painting on the coronet here. All the like the little dots on the flower on the front of the coronet. It is incredibly beautiful. So so that's No Fret. The Middle Kingdom is also known for having incredible artwork as well. Particularly sphinxes. It's the sphinxes of the Middle Kingdom were highly prized even amongst, say, kings of the New Kingdom. New Kingdom kings would steal sphinxes from, say, the Middle Kingdom, put their own cartouches on it, and put them in their temples. So, oh yeah, and the whole piece together, show you the whole piece together is just amazing. I'll export the whole Ramosa and No Fret thing here so you can see it Where's the export now? Export. Export. Okay, and this is the entire piece. I can get it in frame here easily. There's the entire piece. Okay. Just pull that in. So you can see there that yeah, it's gorgeous. Both halves are very, very nicely done.
Very.
So Ramosa is on the left, Nofret is on the right. So yeah, it's a gorgeous piece. It's one of the masterpieces of the Egyptian Old Kingdom. How old is it? It is oh gee. How old is this? Dates to the reign of Khufu.
Yes, the guy does look a lot like Freddie Mercury.
He does look like Freddie Mercury. So we're talking here. This one is. Let me find Khufu here. Dynasty 4. That is about 4,600 years old.
Freddie Mercury and Lady Gaga.
Freddie Mercury and Lady Gaga.
What? Yeah.
Well, sorta, yeah, sure. I can see it. Yeah, so this is about 4,600 years old. If you're a young Earth creationist, this means this is older than the flood. Okay. Just saying. It's pre-flood. But yeah, this is a very, very stunning piece. So every sort of a period of Egyptian art has something like this. As I said, this is one of the reasons I really do like Egyptian art, is because it doesn't matter where you go within the whole Egyptian sort of history, you'll find something that's say pre-dynastic or early dynastic, and it's still gorgeous. You can go all the way to the Ptolemaic period and find stuff that's gorgeous. So Mama says, wow, wow, 4,600 years old and it still looks that good. Imagine how it looked brand new. Oh yeah, this stuff would have been amazing looking brand new. I mean, a lot of the things, the reason why a lot of the stuff looks a little wonky sometimes is because time has taken, like, a lot of stuff out of the paint. The paint has dehydrated sometimes, changing the color, or the wood warps because, again, of problems with rot, insects, and just humidity levels.
The dude says, imagine how much art like that has been lost.
Dedusa Stu says, imagine how much art like that has been lost to history. You have no idea. You have no idea. Let me show you something else here. I'm going to show you something else. Another picture here. And I'm just going to pick a random, see about a random facade. Let's see. What do I? Let's see if I got something here. Yeah, we'll pick. Do we have this? A nice one of this? All right. All right. I'm gonna pick a random facade here because why not? Okay, I'm gonna pick that one here. All right, gonna send that out. Export. Export. All right, I'm gonna show another picture here. This is the facade at Abu Simbel. All right. And a lot of us recognize this. This is the facade at Abu Simbel. Now, this is not how it originally looked, of course. I mean, yeah, one of the statues has taken a nosedive here. But it did not look like this when it was original. When it was original, it was fully painted. Okay? We see these monuments and we see them in their sort of stripped down state. These were fully painted. The crown on the top was red and white. It was moved, yes, but they didn't tinker with the coloring in any way. Yeah, it was stripped by sand and sun. That's really what caused it. The person, Ramesses II here, was painted in flesh colors except for his crown, which was painted in yellow and blues. The backing behind it was painted white. Everything here was bathed in color. Every temple in ancient Egypt had been painted in color. Bright, garish colors. And a few temples still have traces of that. Like you can go to, say, places like Medina Habu, and still see some of the colors. See if I can pull up just a little bit of Medina Habu. And maybe show you the Medina Habu colors. Yeah, okay, there we go. Export. This is one of the bark reliefs from Medina Habu. Show you this one. This is Dynasty 20. And it sort of gives you an idea of... Okay, where to go? Export. Hard drive, desktop. Export. Okay. Refresh. All right, that's not it. And that won't export for me there because it's... Where did that? I need that. It is not exporting out for me. Let's try this again. Export. DCS001. Okay. Delete. And that is not the picture. What's going on here? All right, there we go. Okay, let's get that back up. All right, so this will give you an idea of the colors that were painted on the temples back then. This is a bark relief scene, and this was at Medina Habu. So this is going to give you some idea of what the colors were like. Notice here that on this particular bark relief, you have sky blue, you have a green blue, you have magenta, you have reds, you have whites, you have yellows. All of that painting, you can just see just a magnificent array of color here. And all temples in Egypt were painted like this. On the background, it was whitewashed. So there is, and you'll notice there's this difference between, say, the cornice at the top, which was a yellow color, versus, say, the inside of this chapel, which was white. So you see a lot of variety of colors here. So, and even then, you could see how damaged it was here. If you want to get sort of the best representation of, say, colors in Egyptian temples, probably the best place to go was actually where was it now? The temple of Ptolemaic temple. I can't remember the name at the moment. Where was this? Dendera. Let me show you the seal. The thing with Dendera temple is you have a huge preservation of color. I'll show you one more picture here of Dendera temple before we move on here. Because the color in Dendera temple is amazing. The reason why the temple of Dendera has such amazing color was the whole temple was buried in sand after it shut down. So that sand kept it preserved, all the color preserved. So, give you a shot of the roof. And even the ceiling and the roof of Dendera temple was preserved. So, it's one of the few temples that remained fully intact. But let me get you a shot of this. And then you can see it. Yeah, here's a nice shot. This is a nice shot. This is of the ceiling at Dendera temple. So, actually, I'll take that other one instead. Export. Okay. All right, and here we go. Properties. So this is actually on the ceiling at Dendera temple. And when you see this, you just are amazed at how much color is. And This is, as I said, this is on the ceiling. You look up, and this is some of the stuff you see.
Can you tell them how about the show?
Oh yeah, and some of the Egyptian, antiquities guys, the caretakers at Dendera, saw me come in with a bag, and pull out a camera, and I start looking up at the ceiling, and they start laughing at me, and then I pull out this 300 millimeter lens. They go, "Whoa!"
And you got that shot.
And I got this shot of the ceiling. Now, this is like 50 feet up. Somebody back in antiquity had to go up there and paint this on the ceiling. They not only carved it on the ceiling, they painted it up there too.
That is carved and painted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is carved and painted.
Yeah, ant size.
Yeah. Yeah. And the whole ceiling is done in this way. The whole ceiling. Dendera is just a beautiful, beautiful temple. It's one of the most beautiful temples in Egypt. And a lot of that is... yeah. Mama says, dang, Sistine Chapel, who? Yeah. Yeah. But,
I mean, the meticulous detail of all those stars.
yeah, all the meticulous detail of all the stars. Every hieroglyph has been painted. I mean, let's get the cats here. I'll show you the cats. We're going to zoom up here on the cats. Or sorry, is it the gators? Maybe, I don't know. But
Andrew Graham. It was the first use of the scissor lift in the A&E lab.
I mean, if you look at the detail just on the hieroglyphs, I mean, you can see the eyes here of horror the eyes here. You know, they are meticulously painted. You know, you've got not, yeah.
Flowers.
You know, you look at how these are painted, and it's just like the head, head facing forward. They painted hair blue. They two-tone the snake, the horned viper, the man giving praise here. I mean, they made a different color for his shirt and his kilt. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. They even painted the breast of a cobra a different color. It is absolutely phenomenal, all the detail and work that they put into this. So, yeah, it's Egypt had, and this is really late into the Ptolemaic period. This is really late. So every era of Egyptian art has its own virtuosity, its own masterpieces, and yeah, Mama says, Doc, this is incredible. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's stunning. Mama says, thank God for sand. Yeah. Hmm?
The dude's a dude. Ancient flat screen.
Yes. 8K.
KTV.
The dude's a dude. Ancient flat screen 8K TV. I suppose. Yeah. So I hope that that answers your question, Mama, about the virtuosity of Egyptian art. Every period in Egyptian history has its masterpieces.
No, you didn't lie down to get the shots. You stood up and pointed the camera.
Jack Ray asks, did you have to lie down to get the shots? No, I didn't. I craned my neck. I craned my neck. I did that on a Nikon um, D7200, so I basically had to crane my neck to do it. Right now, if I was ever to go back and do it, I'd probably do it on my Z8, which has a fold-out screen, and it would be a lot easier now. But that was done on a Nikon D7200, so those are terrific shots for that camera. Very, very good shots for that camera. All right, we're going to move on to the next question here. Golden Win asks, Galatians 5, 4-5, is justification by faith alone or faith working through love? Yes. All right, let's take a look at Galatians here. Galatians 5, 4-5, which says, you have been severed from Christ, you who are seeking to be justified by law. You have fallen from grace. For we, through the Spirit, by faith, are waiting for the hope of righteousness. So, here's the thing. Justification is by faith alone. But there is a love aspect. God loved us to provide us with that justification. It's not our faith working through love. It's God's faith, or God's grace working through love. So it is faith expressed through love, but not our love. The love of the Father and the love of the Son. So our justification is through faith alone, but the extension of grace is from the love of the Father. So it's kind of a, the question's a bit of a bifurcation fallacy because it's not one or the other here. These are not opposites, but the actions are not the same either. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Andrew Graham asks, did you show the people your shots afterwards? No. I don't really waste my time showing my shots to the antiquities guys. They wouldn't appreciate it anyway. So it's just not a good use of my time to do that. Get the shots, get out. They were just laughing at me because I was going to take photographs of the ceiling. Yeah, 50 feet high. Yeah, sure you're going to take those shots. I mean, they'd seen lots of people come through with cell phones trying to take those shots and couldn't get them. But if you've got a 300 millimeter lens, oh yeah. Yeah, you're going to get those shots. And it's not the best lens in the world, but boy, those 300 millimeter lenses are good value. They are amazing value. Especially if you need to get a long shot. If you need to get a long shot in, and you can go a little bit, give a little bit on, say, clarity, boy, you can get some really, really good shots, especially when you're at that 200 milliliter sweet spot on the lens. Goldenwin asks, Dr. Falk, do you write non-novel literary works, whether short stories, poems, plays, etc.? No, I don't. I have written short stories. It's not really a literary work that I'm really that interested in because I like to tell big stories. Poems, I'm not a poet. I'm not very good at poetry. Plays, I'm not a playwright. I don't really. The thing with the problem with plays is you really have to have somebody to be able to produce it, and and it's hard to get plays published. It's unless you've had it basically shown somewhere. So the opportunities for publishing plays are not very good anymore. So I do prefer the novel as a literary work. Jack Ray goes, gather light well. I could imagine how bright astronomy 300 millimeter would be. Burn the eyes looking at the moon. It's actually not so. It's not a great lens for doing lunar shots. The problem here is the arc. The arc that the when you do, I mean, I've done some astrophotography, and the thing with a 300 millimeter lens is the movement of the Earth is actually so fast that you often don't have enough time to get a good shot in at 300 millimeters. The light isn't so bad, honestly. Although, if you're, depending on your camera, you can actually get some glare back. This wouldn't happen with if you have an electronic viewfinder, but if you didn't have an electric viewfinder like you had on the D7200s, what can actually happen with that lens is the light comes in, gets reflected up into the eyepiece, and then gets reflected back down into the sensor. So, yeah, you have to use auto track mounts. I'd love to get an auto track mount, honestly, because I do love astrophotography. I've done it before. I really enjoy it. It's really interesting to do. But yeah, if you're using anything larger than a 50 millimeter lens, you really sort of do need that auto track mount, because you just can't keep up with the film, especially if you want to do stuff like galaxies. Because what you got to do with galaxies is you have to take many shots at the exact location and then layer them. The best, say, shots of galaxies do require you to do multiple layers on top of each other in order to get enough light in. And a larger lens won't get you that light because of how dim the light gets the more you focus in. But I did get a good 300 millimeter shot of the moon once at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You know how sometimes the moon, you can see the moon in broad daylight? I got an excellent shot of the moon in broad daylight with a 300 millimeter lens. It can be done, but you do have to do it in such a way that you've got enough light in that single frame. But I would love a tracking mount, honestly. And I'd love to be able to put that on, say, a tripod and, get those shots to do it. So anyway, yeah, love to do it, but a 300 millimeter lens, I don't know if that would be even so, unless you're focusing on a galaxy, something even smaller than a moon. Then it might be useful. All right, next one here. Mama asks for $5. Thank you for the super chat. If you were ever to collab with someone on your Friday live stream, what's your shortlist? Besides Mrs. Alpha Producer. Well, I'd love to collab with Mrs. Alpha Producer. She just doesn't want to come on. She prefers making snide comments on the side. And that's why I married her. Okay, I have planned on doing a collab with James Hoffmeyer. Should I ever get that book from Hendrickson's, which I kind of am doubting I'll ever get.
Jim's gonna have to send you one.
Yeah, Jim's going to have to email me one because, frankly, I'm never going to get it if they tries to give it to me through Hendrickson's. Hendrickson's is one of the most unresponsive publishers around. I really hate working with them. Let's see. Who else? I wouldn't have minded having Deaver on the program, honestly. I've had a lot of great conversations with Bill Deaver. I would have loved to have had him on, but he's in his 90s now, and he's not really up to it anymore. Maybe Mark Jansen? Mark Jansen, I wouldn't mind on that. See what he's up to. But, yeah, there's a few people I wouldn't mind having a collab on. I've tried to have collabs with other people. BK is a perennial favorite. Rich Luciano says, I enjoy your collaboration with BK Apologist. I love working with him too. He's probably my favorite. He's probably my favorite. We have good chemistry. And BK Apologist. BK was the first collab I ever did. And he called me up. I didn't call him up. So he called me up and he asked me to come on his channel, and I said, sure, love to. And I've been very really what takes me the most time with collabs is checking out their work prior. And unfortunately, I don't like doing it. The checking up. I mean, once I know somebody is going to be a good host. I mean, the one thing I always look for in a collab is, can I have a good conversation with the other person? That's always what I look for. I don't look for, do I agree with them? I mean, I'm more than happy to have a collab with an atheist. I've done it. I mean, that one in Finland? He was fantastic. I loved having it. Well, that one was really cool. He was a bunny dad. I was a bunny dad. He showed me his bunny. I showed him my bunny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was, you were talking bunny owner to bunny owner.
Yeah, we were talking bunny owner to bunny owner.
Atheist to Christian.
Yeah, we weren't talking atheist to Christian. So, but we did get into that. We did talk a little bit about that, and we had no problems. But I often find the most difficult ones to work with. Yeah, buns. Everyone loves the bunnies. Okay, everybody loves the bunnies. But I think one of the problems we have, I have, is working not so much with other, say, non-believers, but with other Christians. There was a guy who recently called me up and asked me to go on his channel. I said, sure, I'd go on, but let me check out your channel first. And this guy was totally ABR. This guy was just drank not just the ABR Kool-Aid, but the Kent Hovind Kool-Aid. I mean, this guy was doing pitches for Dino Land. Okay. I said, are you sure you want me on your channel? And at first it was like, oh, well, yeah, I think we can come to the meet in the middle. And I said, are you sure? And then he looks up some of my YouTube videos and then just goes totally, I'm going to destroy you on my channel. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Just saying. Yeah. It's like, I didn't do this to you. You did this to yourself, man. I have been uninvited on a couple of occasions. Guys who invited me on their channel then found out what I actually believe and uninvited me. Yeah, Mama, I agree with you. It is so cringe, but it's just occupational hazard. You know, they see I'm a Christian Egyptologist, but they think they always seem to assume that I'm their brand of Christian. Oh yeah, it's the same guy who blocked me. Yeah, it's the same guy who blocked me.
And then
Unblocked me just to say he's leaving the conversation, and then blocked me again. It's like, dude, I got the point. You don't want to have a conversation. That's fine. Yeah, well, the cringe works but many ways here, not just Kent Hovind, but anyone who endorses Kent Hovind now, at this point, it's like, dude, have you any idea what's been going on?
No, we really don't care what level education.
Oh, yeah, we don't care what level people are at. You know, as long as we can have a good conversation with them, and as long as they're willing to listen and interact.
That's the key.
Yeah. There was one guy I decided not to do a collab with because he would never listen. You know, he basically, it didn't matter what you say. He just would never listen. And because he would never listen, you can't have a dialogue with somebody who will not listen to you and at least understand your position. Okay? They will pretend to listen. They will say, "Oh, you really believe this?" Like, you know, you'll talk about, for example, well, you know, I believe in a real historical exodus, and therefore I do believe in an actual exodus. And then they'll come back and go, "Oh, you're a Bible denier." Wait, what? That's not what I said. Yeah, you know, if you, but there are guys out there, and this has really happened to me, where I've said I'm a late Exodus date supporter, but I believe in a historical biblical Exodus. They'll just turn it around and go, "Oh, you deny the Bible, you horrible atheistic pagan." Boy. Yeah, so it's like, you can't have a conversation with somebody like that. You can't have a conversation with somebody who will never listen. Who are so set in their ways and so set in their opinions that doesn't matter what you say. And for those people, they don't want me on their channel, and I don't want to be on their channel either. So.
Labelist, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well done, labelists. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last guy was so warped in his labels that he was confusing liberal and conservative with say minimalist and maximalist. You know, he basically said that anyone who denies ABR's point of view was a minimalist. No, that's not how that works. And you ask him, you know, what's your view on a maximalism? And he goes, well, anyone who believes that the Bible is the Word of God is a maximalist. Wait, that's not what maximalism means. And he goes, he said, you know, he said to me, well, you believe in a late Exodus state, so therefore you're a minimalist. And I'm thinking, what? Under no definition am I a minimalist. But, things get twisted up in these guys' brains. And, they don't have the education. They have never listened to anyone in their lives, except maybe their personal preachers. Oh yeah, if you're one of our regulars here on our channel and you follow what we sort of espouse here, you're a minimalist. You're a minimalist. You're an atheist. You're a liberal. And God will have his vengeance upon you. Good times. Good times.
Yeah. The
Keep.
person used to be the smartest person in the group. They don't have to take the time to listen or understand your statements. Yeah. I'm not a jerk.
Jack Races, or someone who is used to being the smartest person in the room, so they don't take time to listen or understand your statements. Yeah. Well, there's always somebody smarter. Just like there's always a faster gun.
Oh, that's it. They've never met really intelligent people. I mean, when you study under
Oh yeah, they never studied under.
Woodbridge,
Yeah, they never studied under intelligent people. So.
I mean, you took New Testament from D.A. Carson.
Mm-hmm.
We've met J.I. Packard. You spent 3 years with Ken. We just swim in such a puddle.
Well, yeah, you get that. You do get the ones that swim in goldfish bowls and think they're the biggest fish in the pond, in the ocean, and that's. Yeah, you do get that. But a lot of it is just conceit and arrogance. So, all right, let's move on here. Golden Wind asked the question, Dr. Falk, why do you think Christianity hasn't had much success in East Asian countries? Depends on the country. In some East Asian countries, it has had wild success. And some East Asian countries, Christianity has to go underground. Okay, where it's also been successful. Let me give you 2 examples where it has been successful. South Korea. South Korea produces more missionaries per capita than any other country in the world, including the United States. Now that's per capita. The United States produces more missionaries overall. But on a per capita basis, South Korea produces more. Now, that's a historical thing. Okay? The fact is that a lot of the success of Christianity in South Korea was because the Japanese were against Christianity when it invaded South Korea. That led to basically it being the nationalistic response, that if you were a good red-blooded South Korean, you became a Christian. Okay? So, in that respect, South Korea has become very Christianized as a result. On the other front is China. Mainland communistic China has a huge underground church movement. Huge. Let me put it in perspective how big the underground church is in China. It's up to 20% of the population. They don't talk about it. They don't evangelize it. They go quietly to their home churches. They do their worship. And they go out. And sometimes they take different roads home. Okay? So, it's not in their popular culture. You will not find Christianity as part of the popular culture of China because it is still technically illegal. But it's absolutely massive. Now, in places where Christianity has not been successful. A lot of that has come because of, say, resentment of the imperialist powers. This is why it has not gained traction in Laos, in Vietnam, and other places like that. In a lot of those cases, colonial powers came in and they acted badly. Any place the French had a colony,
French Catholicism.
Yeah.
Was
they pushed French Catholicism while doing awful things to the population. I mean, we talk about British colonialism, but that was nothing compared to what French colonialism did. French colonialism was really awful. So, yeah, a lot of it is because of what remained of colonial powers that caused much of the lack of success of Christianity in Southeast Asia. You also get to the Japanese phenomena, where in the case of Japan, Christianity was seen as a bit of a threat to the societal cohesion. And yeah, it could be worse. It could be a Belgian colony. Oh yeah, let's not even get into what the Belgians did. Yeah, the Belgians did straight up genocide. So in the case of, say, Japan, there's a natural distrust of religion. So if you look at, say, all the major religions that are in Japan, they demand nothing. Okay? Like Shintoism demands nothing of its worshippers. You go to the temple, if you have to take an exam, you pay a fee to get a blessing on a little billet. You tie it to the wall, and you've done your religious duty. So I think it's one of those things where there's multiple factors here of why in some countries Christianity became successful and why some countries it didn't. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Dr. Emmy Martinez asks the question: is it possible that the Vizier apparel could have anything to do with the Hebrews, given that they were both Semites? Okay, not likely. Apparel was probably a Syrian, one of the Rechnu. Okay, so I don't think he was in any way related to the Hebrews. Apparel is a Semitic name, but he was probably a Semite. He lived before the Exodus by a considerable time frame, but he was an Amarna period vizier. So I don't think he had anything to do with the Hebrews as such, but there would have been. We do know that the temple district at Avaris was on hiatus during the Amarna period. So while Semites still lived at Avaris during the Amarna period, the temple practices there were basically shut down during Amarna. So if he had anything to do with the Hebrews, it wasn't very much from the looks of it. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Mysterious Fungus asks, is caviar a type of roe from a specific fish or a different way to prepare roe? It's not. It's a general term for fish roe. Caviar is just a nice name for a fish roll. That's all it is. You can get caviar fresh. You can get it in a can. You can get it in a jar. Okay, and it's not prepared in any specific way. It's just a name for fish roe. So that's all it is. Nothing really special. It's so delicious. Golden Wind here asks an interesting question. If the garden was temple or holies, were both Adam and Eve the federative one, united head, and priests of humanity, or is it just Adam? That is actually a great question.
Did you come across the super chat where he's sponsoring a question?
No, I haven't.
You should skip to that and use it for that one.
Okay. All right. So this was earmarked to be our sponsored super chat, which is PA888 for 1999. Thank you for that super chat, and we will use this as our sponsored super chat because it is a very interesting question. Okay, getting back to the Golden Wind's question here. This is something that's been debated. Okay. Are Adam and Eve the federated head, united, or is it just Adam? Okay. Now, ultimately, it's going to come down to Adam, because Adam is the head over Eve. Okay. So, but I think it's more nuanced than that. I think both Adam and Eve were priests of humanity, both of them. But just like you have a high priest and a subordinate priest, I think here you have Adam as the high priest of humanity and Eve as his co-laborer, his helper, his priest. Okay? The priest that co-labored with the high priest. Okay? So it's kind of a more nuanced thing than that. Okay? So it's not just Adam. But what added to the federative responsibility, even though the buck stops with Adam, as the high priest. Because it stopped with Adam, you have the rebellion of the entire priesthood of mankind in this one sort of vignette. Both the high priest and the subordinate priest are both rebelling. Okay, so it's not just Adam here, but Adam completes it, the rebellion. If it had been just Eve that had fallen here, the rebellion wouldn't be complete. So you wouldn't have the federative responsibility. It's only the federative responsibility because it's the united priesthood that's rebelling. So, in a sense, you need both of these to fall to have the full federative problem here. But it could have happened too with just Adam. If Adam had decided to rebel without Eve, there would have been this sort of federative split. And then things get really odd and really strange. And we don't know exactly what would have happened in that case. So, but if it had just been Eve on the as opposed to Adam, then you would have had a split in, say, the responsibility, and then it wouldn't be federative as such. But with Adam falling, this and Eve, this makes this absolutely a complete debacle of a situation. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. And thank you, PA888, for sponsoring that question. We really appreciate it. AJ Hickens, composer, asks, what's your personal preference on church music? Stuff that's theologically rich and theologically accurate. Okay. I have, as far as my views on hymnody, and that's the study of church music, I prefer church music that's theologically sound in the second person. Okay, now let me. I'll explain that in a moment. So theologically solid, theologically rich, and in the second person. Okay. Church music should be worship music. The point of it is to ascribe worth to God. It's an act of worship. A lot of quote praise music these days is done in the first person. Let me explain the difference. I will worship you. I will seek your glory. I will do this. I will do that. I will do this. I will praise your name. The focus is all on me. I, not on God. That's not worship music. That's stroking my ego. And God's sitting up on the throne going, when are you actually going to get down to worshiping? Okay? Proper worship music is done in the second person. You, O Lord, are holy. You are worthy. You are the great God who created the cosmos. You know, the great hymn of proper worship in the English language is "Be Thou Thy Vision." Now, take out all those antiquated pronouns, replace it all with you, and you've got an incredibly solid, theologically correct, and it also still is worship. You are my vision. Okay? You know, the focus for worship has to be on God. So, it all has to focus on Him.
My favorite is Ancient of Days. We sing that at our wedding.
Yeah, so, I know the "Be Thou Thy Vision" doesn't work so well with modern pronouns, but you get that sense, though. It's written in the second person. You have to have that second person for it to be worship. You are holy. You are worthy. You are the great God of the Ancient of Days. You know, there's all of that. But once you start transforming that into a me-centered hymnody, it ceases being worship.
How did we sing imprecatory songs?
Keeps learning. How do we sing imprecatory songs with gusto?
With great genuineness.
With great genuineness and gusto. So, Andrew Grimm, not like every chance I get, I bless your name. Yeah, not like that, no.
Yeah. Because God's going, you got the chance, bless it.
Yeah.
Stop telling me you do it and actually do it.
Yeah. So, that's sort of my stance on hymnody. I think it should be theologically correct. I think it should be theologically rich, and it should be written in the second person. So it doesn't get much more complicated than that. As far as the actual style of music, I don't care, really. Now, I think there are some exceptions to this. If you want to sing the Creed, the Nicene Creed is written in the first person. Okay, because it's a creed. But the creed is not exactly worship either. It's
Teaching song.
It's a teaching song, yeah. It's to teach doctrine. So So that would be one of the exceptions I'd make here, is like, for example, the Creed, because it is really theologically rich. So I wouldn't hold to the second person as a hard and fast rule, but as a general rule. It's a good principle here.
Amazing grace is ascribing grace to God.
Yeah.
You are singing about God's amazing grace.
Yeah. PAAAS. What about a great Amazing Grace? Here's the thing about Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace is ascribing the grace of God and its majesty. Okay? So it's not a me-focused song. It's not saying I will do anything. It places the whole sovereignty of grace is placed upon God with Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Okay? That's not self-adulation. I once was lost, and now I'm found, was blind, and now I see. There is nothing self-adulatory about that.
But then it says, "'Twas grace that taught my heart."
Yeah, 'twas grace that taught my heart to sing. Yeah.
So it's you're still talking about grace.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's talking about grace and God's magnificent, incomprehensible grace. It's not talking about how good I am. Boy, so how not good I am. Yeah. So there's a deep theological truth with Amazing Grace that even though it technically violates that second person pronoun rule, it's not. It's really still focused not on elevating the self, but elevating God.
And that man's story was.
Oh yeah, John Newton was, wow. Had a mouth on him too. Yeah, John Newton was rough. I mean, he was a slaver. He captained a slave ship. He did horrible things to human beings. And apparently, even after his conversion to Christ, he had a mouth on him. You know, we talk about. I get into these rows sometimes with these church ladies who say there's no that they would never listen to anybody who, and I love this. I love how these church ladies will say, I would never have a pastor who used profanity, and these pastors, any pastor that has used profanity, I have no use for it all. At the same time, they're singing Amazing Grace. Dude, do you know these people? Andrew Graham swore like a sailor as it were. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, he made sailors blush. I mean, soldiers and sailors would blush by his mouth. I mean, really, it was bad. It was really bad. Mama says, clinker, slaver, sailor, sty mouth. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Jeez. Yeah, he was. Oh wow. Yeah. There was one one interaction. He was the pastor. He was the pastor and mentor of William Wilberforce. And William Force in his diary reports what John Newton said to him. And woo, yeah, that's that string of profanity is still steaming off the page to this day. So, but yeah, it just tells you that, if you get caught up in churchianity, you can miss out a whole lot if you just say, I'm not going to listen to people who talk that way, because God uses broken vessels. Some of us are very broken. And it would be a really, really shame if everyone just turned off John Newton just because of that. Mama said, yep, and Wilberforce got slavery abolished in England. Yes, he did. He was the driving force of abolition in England. And the person who inspired him to do that was John Newton. So, Serial Bull asks, is the extra paragraph between 1 Samuel 10 and 11 in the Dead Sea Scrolls part of the original text? Josephus seems to show knowledge of it. We have to understand in the first century there were a lot of different versions of the Bible floating around in all its recensions. There wasn't even one version of the Septuagint floating around. There was many. So within the Dead Sea Scrolls corpus, we do find bits of, say, Samaritan texts, Masoretic texts, Septuagint texts, and sometimes strange variants of those as well. Oregon has produced many variants that were in circulation at the time. And it was one of those things that it's hard to know if it's part of the original text. You'd have to do a lot of text critical work to try to ascertain that, and I'd have to do that. And I just don't have that information tattooed on the back of my eyelids. So it's something that it would take some work to do to come to an opinion on that. So I don't have an opinion on that, but I'd have to look into that further. All right? So thank you for the question. Mama says the Amazing Grace movie is actually pretty good. Good casting. Yeah, it's an excellent movie. It's a very, very good movie. Kumalis asks, have you seen The Amazing Digital Circus? No, I haven't. I haven't watched it. Been busy writing a book.
What's the Amazing Digital Circus?
I have no idea. I haven't watched it. I haven't been. Okay, Mistress Fun.
Oh, I started watching it.
Oh, have you?
It's strange.
Is it?
Very strange.
Mysterious Fungus asks, if you've seen it, what's your opinion of the Netflix documentary Testament Story of Moses? I haven't watched it. Don't know. Cereal Bowl asks, what are the best and worst Bible versions? Okay, I have some opinions here. I think the best Bible version is the one you read. A Bible version will do you no good, good or bad, if you don't read it. So that's my opinion. Write up the best version. If you'll read it, it's a good version. Now, that said, some translations are better than others. I am still particularly fond of the New American Standard Version 1977. I think that's a good, literal version. It's good enough for academic work and apologetics work. Okay? I like the Christian Standard Version, the Christian Standard Bible. I think that's an excellent translation. Yeah, it does have some, I would say, Baptist leanings, but it's overall a very, very good translation. So I like that one a lot. Worst versions. Well, you have to say, okay, the New World Translation, terrible. The Joseph Smith translation, terrible. The New Revised Standard UI, terrible. In all of those three cases, they are ideologically driven translations that change critical passages for the ideology of their denomination, respective groups. So anytime you get that in the case, it's going to end up bad. All right. So, that's not a good way to start with a translation. Was to start with ideology. The Passion translation is also terrible. You want to throw that one into? Yeah, the Passion translation is absolutely awful. It's not a translation. It's a bad paraphrase. Harry Stark asks a follow-up question here. Have native Greeks produced a translation in English? No. And there is a darn fine reason for this. And I asked a native Greek patristic scholar. Remember that guy at Trinity I used to hang out with at church, who was a patristic scholar, and their family had a pet bunny. They hadn't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hadn't yet.
Yeah. Hadn't given their bunny the snip, and we told them, yeah, you better give him the snip. Okay. Now I asked him the question about this. Okay. What he said is this. It's not the same language. He said Koine Greek and modern Greek are different enough that a modern Greek speaker can't just simply translate it as if they were translating modern Greek. There's enough difference and nuance and between the languages that it wouldn't produce a good, reliable translation. Danny Dement says, it's like Old English and Modern English. Yeah, probably more like Middle English and Modern English. So it's kind of that difference between Middle English and Modern English. Yeah, you can pick out the words in Middle English. It's not like Old English where you can't even recognize the words. Okay? It's more like Middle English where you can recognize the words, but you're going to lose some nuance because you don't understand the language fully. It's very similar to that. Koine Greek is as distant, because we have to understand modern Greek has gone through several changes between that. You go from Koine Greek to Byzantine Greek to modern Greek. So it's 2 steps away from Koine. So really, a modern Greek speaker cannot translate for English unless they're also studied in Koine Greek. So I hope that helps, Harry, and thank you for the question. Acrolis asks here, why did the Israelites forbid necromancy when the Egyptians were okay with it? The Egyptians really didn't practiced necromancy. Okay, they spoke to the dead. They might listen for a response to the dead, but you kind of have to understand that the relationship between Egyptians and the dead was a little different than, say, the Israelites. The Egyptians believed that the dead walked around them at all times. The dead were with them constantly. So they weren't divining the future from the dead. Now, you did get Egyptians that I still hate this ostraca. I hate this ostraca because it was so dang pathetic. There's this ostraca where a guy goes to his wife's tomb to get permission to spend money on a carrying pole so it would lessen his labor in his work. Dang. You know, to get permission. I mean, the power this woman must have had over this guy, that he couldn't spend money to relieve his back pain, even after she's dead. Youch! Ow! Yeah, Mama, I think you got it there. Yeah, whipped. Yeah, and she's still whipping him beyond the grave. But it does show you the kind of discourse, say, Egyptians would have with the dead. This wasn't to get knowledge of the future. The fact is that Israelite necromancy was a form of fortune-telling. It was a form of fortune-telling to summon spirits of the dead, to tell the future.
Tell them where they buried the gold.
Or where they buried the gold.
That case.
Yeah, there's that too. But Egyptians weren't like that. They didn't know that. Egyptians didn't necessarily believe that the dead knew the future. So, because they thought, and some of this comes down to how Egyptians viewed the future. Okay? Egyptians viewed the future kind of differently than the Israelites did. The Israelites kind of viewed the future as something known only to God. The Egyptians thought the future was the exact same thing as today. The idea of what we call cyclic eternity. A future that's properly running is going to be the exact same as the status quo. What's tomorrow going to be like? Same as today. What's the future going to be 100 years from now? Same as today. What's the future 10,000 years from now, 1,000,000 years from now? Same as today. Egyptians didn't have to ask about the future, because the future is going to be the exact same as today. Yeah, keep on repeating. Yeah, it's exactly.
It was a cycle. It wasn't. We think of history as linear.
Yeah.
With progress and changes.
Yeah.
And this is how we mark history.
Yeah.
Is through the major changes.
Yeah, we mark history through major changes in a linear fashion. The Egyptians didn't. They thought it was a cycle that constantly repeated over and over and over and over again. So Egyptians never asked the dead for the future. Because why would you ask about something about tomorrow that's going to be the same as today?
Remember how they used talking to the dead, that one case where they all knew that woman was stealing?
Yeah.
So a neighbor had a dream.
Yeah.
Where they saw the woman placing the object.
Yep, the dream. Yep.
Yeah.
Now, there are some instances where, say, sort of more educated Egyptians would ask about the future. Like we do have, say, in Papyrus Westcar, where a scribe of excellent fingers is brought before the king. And, the king asks, he asks, well, do you want to know about the present or know about the future? And the king says, well, the future, we already know what's happening in the present. And he does sort of do that. Okay? So there is some idea that they don't know how exactly that cyclical eternity will unfold. But you don't see that at the lower levels of Egyptian thought. You see that at the higher levels of it. So you kind of got to be a little circumspect. It's not that cyclical eternity is not an absolute thing in Egyptian culture, but your regular everyday Egyptian is not going to ask that through necromancy. It just isn't going to be that thing. Now they might go to the temple and ask that, because gods not only know the future, but they could create the future. But they're not going to ask the dead that. It's just not something that they did. So Egyptians were okay with talking to the dead because it was like talking to your relatives. In some ways, it's kind of similar to how the Eastern Orthodoxy talks to saints. Okay, it's not the saints don't know the future, but you can talk to them. So it's kind of more along those lines. Whereas, say,
Sounds similar to the Chinese view of the dead.
Yeah, it's more akin to the Chinese view of the dead, where you can talk to the dead, but they're not going to give you anything interesting as far as.
They're just sort of there along with you in a different phase.
Yeah, they're more or less along with you for the ride, but they're not really helpful. Okay, they're not going to give you anything useful. Whereas, say in Israelite culture, necromancy was used as fortune telling, as telling the future. Danny Dement, poor saints, not getting any sleep because lonely bearded men kept calling. Yeah.
People needed someone to talk to.
Mama quoting me here. The saints don't know the future, but you can talk to them. Yes, that's sort of what it's like. That guy who likes booze, okay, asks, was Esau being overdramatic, or was he actually starving to death in Genesis 25:32? All right. Yeah, he was being lazy is what he was. Well, let's look at the passage here, and we'll give you an answer. Genesis 25:32. All right, let's start here at verse 28. Let's start at verse 28 because that sort of sets the stage. Now Isaac loved Esau because he had a taste for game, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Okay, so there's the sort of the setup here. And when Jacob cooked stew, apparently he's a good cook and a terrible hunter. Esau came in from the field and he was famished, so not a successful hunt here. And Esau said to Jacob, "Please let me have a swallow of that red stuff there, for I am famished." Therefore his name was called Edom. And Jacob said, "First, sell me your birthright." Okay, he didn't give a. Esau didn't care about the birthright one bit.
You gonna explain that in detail? I thought.
It is fascinating, but we'll get to it. And Esau said, "Behold, I am about to die. So what use then is the birthright to me?" Okay, so he didn't. I think he exhausted himself pretty good here. Probably wasn't going to die, but just felt like it. He was hungry. He was hangry. And Jacob said, "First, he needed a Snickers in the worst way." And Jacob said, "First, swear to me." So he swore to him and sold his birthright to Jacob. What I want to know is, where did Jacob get the meat from to make that stew?
Well, maybe that's why. Old brother was.
I mean, this is before Laban. Okay, he had no flocks of his own. Where's he getting the meat from?
He was actually a better hunter.
He was a better thief, is what he was. He probably took it from, got it from Rebekah. That's where he probably got it from. Okay? Because he's no hunter. He's no hunter. He's barely a pastoralist.
They're both kind of lazy.
Yeah, they're both kind of lazy. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank and rose and went away. So it's lentil.
Yeah, so just a little bit of meat.
Yeah, a little bit of meat. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Okay, now there is a difference between the blessing and the birthright. Okay? So, yeah, Rebecca probably gave the ingredients for Jacob to make a stew. Okay? So there was some favoritism right there. Okay? There's some favoritism right there. Because Jacob wasn't really earning his keep, to be honest. So what's the birthright? The birthright is the double share. Okay? It's the double share of the inheritance. It's not the complete inheritance. It's the double share. Okay?
So even if you don't have that, you get something.
Yeah, even if you don't have that, you get something. So basically, Esau's giving up, because Esau's the firstborn, he is giving up the double share. Okay? So in this situation, the way that the inheritance would be split is, before it'd be two parts, two-thirds Esau, one-third Jacob. Now, with the birthright, it now becomes two-thirds Jacob and one-third Esau. But this is not the same as the blessing.
Esau did not want the farmers anyway.
Yeah, Esau didn't want the pastures anyway. He didn't want to be a sheep herder. So this was not something he cared about. Okay? The blessing, however, that's different. Because the blessing made you clan chief. That's something Esau did care about. And Esau was not going to give up the blessing. Because the blessing made you clan chief once Dad dies.
So essentially, Esau was going to let Jacob own the land, but Jacob would still have to work for him.
Yeah. So essentially, the way this was going to work was, even though Jacob owned all the property, there would still be, say, Jacob would still have to report to the clan chief, which would have been Esau. But by stealing the blessing, and the blessing was stolen, let's make no bones about that, Jacob stole the blessing and became both, owned all the property and became clan chief. And because Esau never gave up the blessing, because he did value that position as clan chief, he goes on a homicidal rage. So, Danny Dement goes, Esau was not the wisest of men. No, he wasn't the wisest of men. But he also didn't care. He didn't want to be a farmer either. He didn't want to be a pastoralist. He wanted to go hunting. He liked hunting. He liked the recreational aspects of hunting.
What's not weasel smart about letting your brother do all the work while you're in?
It's the difference here between wanting to be a farmer and wanting to be a deer hunter. Okay? That's the difference.
The deer hunter needs a farmer.
Yeah, the deer hunter needs a farmer. The farmer doesn't need the deer hunter. So, but it was one of those days and ages where you could still be a hunter and make a pretty good living at that. That is a dude. So Esau was a Texan. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a Texan. Yeah, so that's really what's going on here, is that Esau cared nothing about the sheep, the herds. Cared nothing about that. Cared nothing about the slaves. There were slaves in that property too. So he cared nothing about the property.
He actually wanted Jacob's saddle.
Yeah, he would prefer Jacob was saddled with this. So, because owning that property meant managing it. You know, you get some guys today who think money is a prison. You know, because the cost of managing that and responsibility of managing all that money is a burden. And it's not a burden Esau wanted. Mama says, so Esau wanted the authority but not the responsibility. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he didn't want to become a finance manager. He did not want to become a herd manager. He didn't want the burden of telling the slaves where to herd. So it's not something he wanted. He didn't want to be a sheep herder or a nerf herder. He didn't want to be a nerf herder.
He thought he was ripping Jacob off.
Yeah.
Saddling him with all that responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so.
Hence the drama.
And Jacob was basically fine with this. You know, he was one step closer to his goals. You know, Jacob wanted the stuff, and Jacob wanted basically the clan chief as well. He wanted it both. Here's the thing, though. In stealing the birthright, Jacob loses both. Okay, this is something we don't ever talk about here. You know, no one ever talks about this. In stealing the birthright, Jacob loses both. Because he's got to run away. He's got to flee. And he ends up fleeing to Laban. And he's got to rebuild from scratch. So he loses it all in doing this. You know, the text a lot of people seem to think that it was Esau that lost it all. It really wasn't.
Esau ended up with it.
And Esau ended up with it all because he was so angered at the stealing of the blessing that Jacob had to run away. And Danny Dement goes, and then he has to flee again. Yeah, that's the story of Jacob's life, where he keeps having to run away from those he ticks off. Andrew Green goes, Esau got everything in the end. Yeah, he did. He got, because frankly, those herds are still there. What happened to those herds? What happened to those slaves?
Esau just had to manage them the same way he would have if Jacob had been there.
Yeah, he ended up managing them the same way as if Jacob had been there. So in the end, it all ended up being Esau's anyway. Because Jacob had to run away because of the stolen blessing. So, Mama goes, interesting that not running away from wrestling with God was the turning point of his life. It was the turning point of his life. And the fact is that when he wrestles with God, God blessed him. And then Jacob had to finally face Esau. And Esau showed Jacob mercy. This is really interesting. This is something I think isn't preached on enough. Is Jacob is expecting to die. You know, he puts the women and the children behind the line, and he goes to meet Esau. And it's when he sleeps and has that wrestling match with God and holds him there for the blessing. God finally blesses him in the proper way. And then Jacob meets Esau. And instead of trying to kill Jacob, Esau hugs Jacob. So, yeah, that's a very good point. Dude says, so Jacob was the original prodigal son. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Yeah, and it's really, really interesting when you see the re-meeting of Esau. And most pastors will stop right here, right at this thing, and go, Esau despised his birthright. He was in the wrong. He was sinful and vain and all of that. Yeah. And then completely ignore the stolen blessing and the consequences that fell out of that. And then the reconciliation. It's incredibly interesting. And the fact is that Danny Dement goes, is Esau sparing Jacob why the Israelites were told to spare the Edomites? It's a huge portion of this, yeah. Yeah, it's a huge portion of this. So, and frankly, the Edomites were not dirty idolaters. They were monotheists, from what we can tell. So, they're not excluded out of the community of the unrighteous, of the righteous. You know, there were several Edomites that had lingered around chapels of Yahweh. But there's such complexity to this story that it behooves us to untease all of this complexity. So, while the original question here was he being over dramatic? He was being dramatic to dump a responsibility he never wanted. Okay? So, yeah, he found an opportunity here to dump something he didn't want in the first place. And frankly, Esau still, after his blessing is stolen, never wanted the birthright. It wasn't about the birthright. If this was just about the birthright, he could have gone on and kept his third and continued on.
Talking about it tonight, this may have been pre-planned by Esau.
Yeah, a lot of it might have been pre-planned by Esau.
You know, if I get the opportunity, I'm going to pull this on him.
Yeah.
Make him think he's inheriting everything.
Yeah. Yeah, this could very well likely have been just Esau pre-planning all of this to get rid of this birthright.
Yeah. Mama said neither of them actually got what they wanted out of that interaction.
Yeah. Mama says, wow, so neither of them are actually what they wanted out of that interaction. Yeah. Jacob wanted all the stuff. Esau wanted all the power. That's what each one of these characters wanted. Esau wanted the power and the prestige.
Wanted power without responsibility.
Yeah. But Esau didn't want the responsibility. Jacob wanted the stuff. And ultimately the power too. So, oh yeah, just Janice says manipulation. Yeah, both sides are manipulating the other. There's no good guy here. Okay? They're both kind of dirtbags. And they're doing ancient Near Eastern dirtbag things.
And each one is aware he's being a dirtbag to the other.
Yeah.
Just isn't aware that the other thinks that Jacob thinks he's got the upper hand. Esau thinks he's got the upper hand.
Yeah.
They both know they're doing their brother wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Andrew Graham goes, neither had wisdom then. No, neither had wisdom. But both had goals here. Okay.
And as Andrew Graham said, is it Andrew? Better outcome than Cain and Abel.
Yeah, it was a better outcome than Cain and Abel, but that's a really low bar. Okay, we're finally up to the super chat here, and a very, very generous super chat here from Ike the Great for $199, $200. Thank you so much for that very, very generous super chat. We really appreciate that. This goes a long way to supporting our channel. We're so grateful. So it's going to buy us a microwave. Yeah, our microwave kind of hit the great bit bucket in the sky where calculators go to die. Yeah, I have great plans for the future. Yeah, buying a microwave. Yeah, so but anyway, he asks here, Ike asks, I have found a few theologians who believe that the only Old Testament prophecies that could have had double fulfillment were ones in the New Testament writers, quoted to show something being fulfilled, and that all prophecy except the second coming was fulfilled by 70 AD. Thoughts? Okay, I've got lots of thoughts here. First of all, double fulfillment is something that's called in ancient literature amphibly. Very, very common in ancient literature. Okay? So, to say that the only things that had amphibly or double fulfillment are New Testament prophecies really ignores the scope of ancient literature. Okay? So I don't think that's a really, I think that premise is flawed. Okay, I think that premise is very flawed. We find amphibly actually across ancient Near Eastern literature. We find it in Akkadian literature. We find it in Egyptian literature. It's all over the place. So given that it's in the across the span of ancient Near Eastern literature, the whole idea of excluding Old Testament prophecies from amphibly is an artificial restriction upon the text that just doesn't jive with, say, the currents of literature at that time. So I think that's flawed right there. Okay. Now, the second part of your question is that all prophecy except second coming was fulfilled in 70 AD. And I also think that that's also flawed, because it clearly isn't. Okay? Now, this is a very preterist sort of view, sometimes called partial preterism, as opposed to full preterism, where full preterism says there is no second coming because that's just an allegorical prophecy. So this is a very partial preterist kind of view. And I don't take that partial preterism for much. Okay? It's very, very clear from the scope of the prophetic scope of the ancient Near Eastern literature, and particularly of the Old Testament, that not everything was fulfilled, okay, by 70 AD. Now, I have seen some of the ways that partial preterists have tried to force that reading, but dang, you would have to read the book of Revelation in a historical manner that I don't think you can really make sense of. To read the whole book of Revelation as having been already fulfilled, except Revelation 20 to 22, maybe a bit of 19, is a stretch. It's a huge stretch to say everything of that has already been fulfilled in retrospect, except those last 3, maybe 4 chapters. So, wow. I mean, I even think, like, for example, the whole 666 thing that they interpret as Nero. That's a supposition, and it's not a very good one. Yeah, I know it's very common, but I think there's better There's better explanations for that. So, I have a lot of difficulty accepting partial preterism. I just don't think it makes good sense of the text. But if you only have this idea of a single reading of Old Testament prophecy, yeah, you're going to be forced into that. That's sort of a predicate condition for partial preterism. So I'm just not buying it. Just not buying it. Because we do know that there are some Old Testament prophecies that are definitely amphiboles. Isaiah chapter 9, the coming of the Son of Man, is a double. It is a double fulfillment, as in the whole his name shall be Emmanuel. That is partially fulfilled during the Syria Ephraimite War, and then it's followed by the fulfillment through the coming of Messiah. It is an amphibolous text. So we do know that there are amphibolous texts in the Old Testament. So, just to restrict it to just those Old Testament prophecies that are also quoted in the New Testament is just a false. It's a false, as I say, a false restriction on the text. They would have to prove that contention in order for it to be valid, and they have never, to my knowledge, proven that. That is just an assertion, and assertions aren't evidence. So, I hope that helps. But I want to again thank you for that very, very generous super chat. We're so grateful, and I hope that explained my views on basically this this idea that only Old Testament prophecies quoted in the New Testament could have a double fulfillment. I think that's invalid. I don't think they've proved it, and I think it's just not a great explanation. So,
people flock to it because it's an easy out regarding prophecies and Revelation.
Yeah, Danny Dement says, sometimes I feel like people flock to partial preterism because it's an easy out regarding the prophecies in Revelation. I don't have to explain any of this because all but the second coming happened. And here's one of the things. I think for a lot of people, the one thing I think prevents people from reading Revelation well, okay, is people don't understand the Old Testament. They really don't. Most Bible readers do not understand the Old Testament. And they don't understand that Revelation is the unveiling. It's the revealing of what was prophesied in the Old Testament. Okay? So, a lot of people flock to partial preterism not because it's so compelling a view, but it provides an explanation for everything in Revelation without having to know the Old Testament. Everything in partial preterism is going to get recouched in terms of basically Roman political events. Everything. So you don't need to talk about the Old Testament. You can talk about the first century to your heart's content with partial preterism. What? The 7 hills? Well, those are the 7 emperors of Rome. Isn't it obvious? The 7 emperors of Rome. It's so obvious. And if you're a Catholic, it's even better. Because now you can talk about the stars in the sky and the moon in Revelation chapter 12, in terms of Roman astrology. You don't need that hinky prophecy of Joseph in Genesis to interpret it anymore. You can now talk about it in terms of Roman points of view. And because you can talk about it in Roman points of view, you can graft Mary on top of that. See how this works? So now, not only do you get, say, a Roman-centric book of Revelation, because apparently everything in the Old Testament is talking about Rome, you are also now grafting Marian theology upon it.
Oh, it really makes him very good.
Yeah. It just, yeah. It's a lazy way of thinking that sort of abrogates what the Old Testament says, when that is the whole point of the book. The whole point of the book of Revelation is to explain the Old Testament and explain it in terms that are consistent with the Old Testament, not to recontextualize it to the Roman period. So, Rich Luciano says, it seems like an amillennial interpretation could be an easy way out, but more plausible than preterism. And frankly, there were basically, if you look at, say, the Church Fathers, they tend to generally fall into two categories. They did tend to fall into either premillennial futurism, what's sometimes called historical premillennialism, and they fell into amillennialism. There were a bunch of them that were also amillennial. So, the jury's kind of split on that one. The Count of Marcy says, I don't believe in double prophecy because where does it stop? Can it be triple, quadruple, and so on? Yes. Yes, it can.
Especially with Revelation,
Mm-hmm.
It has been the end of the world.
Yeah.
For so many people.
This is the thing about prophecy. It can be recontextualized. That's one of the things that it can be. It is possible. But here's the thing. This goes all the way back, though, to typology. Prophecy does present us with a form of typology, right? You've got the original reading. That's your archetype. You've got intermediate interpretations. Those are your types. And then you've got your final consummation. That's your antitype. So it is possible to do a triple or quadruple interpretation.
For the Christians in Rome, it was the end of their world.
Oh, yeah.
It fit all the criteria of the book of Revelation.
Oh, yeah.
Their world did end for them.
Yeah.
World War II for the Jews.
Well,
It fit all the criteria.
Take for example, say, the end of days discourse that Christ did, when he said, when you see the armies of the Gentiles gathered around Jerusalem, flee. Do not pick up your coat. Do not pick up your just flee. Okay? And the early Christians saw that, and Christ wasn't necessarily talking about the armies of Vespasian surrounding Jerusalem, but they saw that and they reinterpreted it for their context, and they got out of Dodge.
And they lived through it.
And they lived through it as a result.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are times when there are double prophecies that are not, say, consummated prophecies, but are equally valid readings of it for a particular time. Okay, so thank you, Ike the Great, for that wonderfully generous super chat. We have discussed this, and I think we've chewed on it pretty hard here. So I hope that was an excellent resolution to your question. Thank you so much for your generosity to the channel. We really, really appreciate it. And we hope that helped. Mama gave us a $10 super chat here for hunting down all those pictures earlier in the live stream. Oh, that was fun. Because we do love showing the just the grandeur of Egyptian art, because it is so cool. Gaius Octavius asks, do you think King Tut's burial mask is the greatest work besides the pyramids, temples that the Egyptians created? The burial mask is phenomenal. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's a little bit of mishmash there, but here's the thing. I mean, the burial mask is oh my gosh, it is so incredible. But the burial mask wasn't intended for him either. This is one of those interesting things, is a lot of Tut's funerary assemblage wasn't for him. He sort of lucked into it. They were, one of the things we have to understand about the whole burial assemblage of Tut is it's the final culmination of the burial assemblage first planned out by Akhenaten. Okay? Akhenaten planned the burial of all burials, the burial of the sun god himself. And he was overambitious. So ambitious in doing this that he couldn't complete it. So it gets passed on to the next guy, Semenkhare. All right? You know, the ambition of Akhenaten's burial project was like a 25-year project. But he dies after 15 years. So he's dead. Semenkhare comes to the throne. He's on the throne for 2 years. Okay? He dies. So he doesn't get to complete the project either. And then, there's a short-reigned person, Neferneferuaten, who maybe reigns for 6 months. He dies. Or she dies. We're not sure if it's a he or she. So that person dies. And then Tut comes to the throne. He reigns 10 years, so he ends up completing the funeral assemblage. So this is one of the reasons why, for example, Tut's burial goods is such a mishmash of things. You've got coffins that don't match. They don't match. They're made for one king and then for another king and then a different king as well. So this is why it's such a mishmash of stuff. You've got a bunch of coffins there, like 4 or 5 coffins, and none of them look alike. You've got some burial goods that look like they belong to a woman. You've got all sorts of different things. So it looks like this is an aggregate of that whole Amarna burial project that finally ends at Tut. And he sort of lucks into it. Okay? By living long enough to see its completion. So, cool stuff. Cool stuff. All right, next one here. That guy who likes booze asks, besides Jacob changing who has the status of firstborn, could you provide more evidence that the term firstborn referred to inheritor rather than the first in order of birth? Sure. Isaac and Ishmael. Who's the firstborn? Ishmael. Ishmael's the firstborn, ordinally. Okay? But he's not the firstborn. Isaac's the firstborn. Why is Isaac the firstborn? He's the inheritor. Ishmael's 10 years older, but Ishmael was not the designated inheritor. So, we see this even within the biblical context. We see this in Akkadian inheritance laws, that firstborn does not necessarily mean ordinal birth. It does mean designated firstborn. In Akkadian law, if a slave woman gives birth and the father does not accept the son as his son, which he had that prerogative, he gets no share in the inheritance. He might be the firstborn ordinally, but he's not the firstborn as inheritor designate. So that is just the way it works. And this also works in, say, Egyptian culture, where it's the eldest son of the great queen that becomes king. The oldest son doesn't necessarily become king. So we've got lots of evidence for this in the ancient Near East. It's even found in the Bible, as I said, with Ishmael and Isaac. And this is just the way it worked. Even for example, the sons of Jacob. Okay? Who's the firstborn, technically? Reuben. Reuben is the oldest in ordinal birth.
You never
hear about Reuben. Okay? But Reuben was the first in ordinal birth. Who gets the birthright? Who gets the double portion? Joseph. Joseph gets the double portion. Yeah. He made a great sandwich, though. Oh.
Okay, so maybe.
Okay, I will give you that. The Reuben sandwich is fantastic. Rye bread, some sauerkraut, some corned beef, and Swiss cheese on top and grilled. Oh my gosh. So delicious, the Reuben sandwich. Oh, now you made me hungry. The only problem is getting good rye bread. It's hard to get good rye bread. I've tried to get good rye bread. There's two ways that I love rye bread. Here we go back to the foodie again. On the Reuben sandwich, it's great for this. It's also excellent for steamed clams. What you do is when you start steaming your clams, is you throw the clams, you get your clams going in that butter, garlic, a little bit of tomato, and white wine. And what you do is you take pieces of rye bread, you break them apart, and you throw them into the clams as they're steaming. And it makes just a beautiful, rich, beautiful broth. Oh my gosh, it's so good. All right, making everyone hungry again. Let's move on.
Somebody said, if Reuben was the firstborn, why did Messiah descend from Judah?
Gaius Octavius, wait, if Reuben was the firstborn, why did Messiah descend through Judah? Because Messiah descends through the line of kings, not the line of firstborn. The line of kings is through Judah. And we see this even in, say, Genesis chapter 50, where the prophecy of Jacob designates the line of Judah as the line of kings. Okay? So, yeah, Danny Dement has it here. I believe it had to do with Jacob's prophetic blessing. Yeah, it had a lot to do with that. Okay, so what you have here is that you have that line of kings. Reuben is not the line of kings. it goes through the line of David. The line of David comes from the tribe of Judah. So that becomes the focus. So Reuben is just, how do you say this? Judah's sort of Reuben is kind of, he's all talk. He is one of those guys, his tribe are those sorts of guys that talk about participating in the battles and never come to a decision. Delay through endless talk. Talk. Well, sorry, we haven't come to a decision yet. Hey, we need you to come to battle. Oh, we need to discuss it more. Yeah, so it's that sort of thing. So, oh no, they were the UN. Yeah, a bit like that. So yeah, that's why it is the way it is. It's not through the firstborn. It's through the line of kings. So Messiah comes through the line of kings, not the line of the firstborn. All right. Kumalis asks, how many years did it take to be an Egyptologist? I want to go to school to be an Assyriologist when I'm too old to be a paramedic, but I hope it won't be like a decade of college. How much college do you have already? That's going to be sort of, that's what you have to ask first. I mean, I don't know how much college you already have. Do you have your bachelor's degree already? Do you have a master's? What's your level of college already? So I really can't answer that. To be an Egyptologist, you have to go or an Assyriologist, you have to go all the way. Got to go all the way to the PhD. You're not going to be an Assyriologist or an Egyptologist with just a master's degree. So you got to go all the way. You got to have that kind of commitment. And you really got to fight for it because both of those are really competitive fields. So, it can be done. Okay, it can be done at an older age. I'm an example of somebody who became an Egyptologist at an older age. So it is possible to do. Okay. How are your languages? Because that's could delay things too. Okay. So if you understand the languages of Mesopotamia already, that's going to take some time off. Okay. If not, you're probably going to have to get a master's degree. Figure 2 years for a master's degree. Okay, 3 if you want a little extra language training. Okay, languages you're going to need to know. You're going to need to know Akkadian. You're going to need to know Akkadian really well. You might want to throw in some Sumerian too. Okay, so you might want to throw in some Sumerian as well. So, those are the 2 principal languages of Mesopotamia. In practical terms, you're probably going to be doing mostly Akkadian. Akkadian will keep you busy. Boy, that will keep you busy. You will be staying out of trouble for a long time just doing Akkadian.
And if you have a significant other, you will not be seeing that.
Yeah, if you have a significant other, you will not be seeing that significant other doing your Akkadian learning. I'll tell you that.
Akkadian.
do I dare do the joke?
Yeah, might. Still funny.
Mrs. Producer does not find this funny. Okay. I had a friend in my Akkadian class, and Mrs. Producer and I bumped into this friend and his wife out on the sidewalk at Trinity. And we were both going through the Akkadian class, and she goes, Akkadian, the other woman. Ouch. It's non-true, though. Okay? So, but a PhD, so you can figure 2 or 3 years for a master's program. you might want to take just a year for Acadian, taking nothing else but Acadian. Okay, because it's that time consuming of a course. It is an all-encompassing course. Okay, when I did Acadian, it was the only thing I took that semester. For the first semester of Acadian, it's the only thing I took. It was that encompassing. Okay. Now, the PhD, it's really going to depend. If you're very, very motivated, it's possible to complete a seriology PhD in 3 years. Okay? 5 years is more typical. Okay? So, so keep that in mind when you sort of it could be up to a decade. I'm not going to say it won't be. I'm assuming you have a bachelor's degree already. If you have a bachelor's degree already, excellent. You don't have to do that. That's off the list. Okay. But count on 2 or 3 years for a master's, and then 3 to 5 for a PhD, and then you'll have it. So you can be out of there in as short as, say, 5 years, but count on it being as long as 8. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated, and good luck on that. We're rooting for you.
Count the cost.
Yeah, count the cost. Exactly. Mama's got it right here. Count the cost before building the education in that case. Yeah. It took me 10. You know, really, essentially 7 for the master's degrees, 3 for the PhD. Okay, we're done with the super chats, so we're just rounding out here the non-super chats, and then once we get through this, we will call it a night. And I'm just going to gloss over this. I won't take every non-super chat at this point, because we're already at 1 o'clock, and I got to get up in the morning, so.
Is it okay.
Yeah. If I don't find anything that catches my really attention, we will probably call it a night. Because it is 1 o'clock. Tandem. What? You go? Oh, okay, I'll take that because, I see here, sorry, distracted. Jack Ray, Ancient Egypt, did anything show up in your email? Let me check here. Yes, it did. Thank you so very much, Jack. We really appreciate it. That was very generous of you. So yes, we got it. Awesome. Thank you so very much. We appreciate the microwave. Oh boy. Yeah, we got I tried to heat something the other night in the microwave, and look, this microwave owes nobody anything. It's like 40 years old. But it decided to do the yellow electric spark from the magnetron right down into the dish. Yeah, when your microwave starts spewing yellow lightning, that's probably the time to stop using it. Just saying. Okay. But thank you so very much. That was so generous of you. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so last call here.
Dudes that did 24-hour thing.
The dudes that do 24-hour live stream. No, we are going to call it really shit. Okay, we're going to call it here then. Awesome. Before the yellow lightning? Yeah, well, the yellow lightning was, well, it was spectacular, I'll say that.
Oh, yeah. If you have a death wish, it's kind of fun to watch.
If you have a death wish, it's fun to watch, yeah. So, yeah. Last comment here from Mama. I already have to be in a reclining position due to my surgery. That's probably why I'm still here. Everyone else is in bed. Well, we do want you to wish the family a good night. We did miss them, so it's cool that you're recovering. So we're gonna call it here at this point. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight and who's been generous to us. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for supporting the channel. We really can't do it without you, and we appreciate it. We also want to thank the Patreon supporters who keep the electronics and all that going. We can't do this without you, and we appreciate that. We also want to thank the people who support us through watching our videos, hitting that like, subscribe button, and sharing the URLs with other social media networks so you guys get the message out. And one final plug, as I said, Laura Steel and Sky comes out in 2 weeks, and if you have not purchased it, please do so, and please leave a review. If you haven't read the first one, also leave a review. Those reviews really, really count for us. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. We're glad you could join us. This was a really weird and wild live stream.
That's fun.
But it was a fun Friday, too. So with that said, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week on Ancient Egypt in the Bible. Good night, everyone.